Hello, hello. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everybody watching. Sorry if I sound a little slow paced today. Cold front rolled in, and it kind of like I wasn't really expecting it, so my body's still kind of like hibernation mode. Yesterday we got to 1370 on the scrapper. I'm waiting for we got one of the guys that I usually run with. Waiting for him to get to 1370. He's at 1365. So hopefully he can get to 1370 this week so we can hit up the Oreja hard mode stuff. And phase 1 Argos at the very least. Because that way, we can start getting our legendary stuff. I did Night Fox Yoho last night off stream, and oh my god, that fight is ridiculous, guys. It's just the pain. It's not as bad in my opinion as like regular Yoho, simply because you don't have to deal with the burn debuff on everything, but it's still a pain in the ass in the fact that in the fact that it has she shares a lot of moves with Flame Fox Yoho that were kind of annoying to deal with. And then she's got a new imprisonment mechanic with these little like tornadoes, and for the life of me, I apparently cannot dodge them to save my life. So hopefully that'll just be with practice. We can get that timing down a little better, cause to say I was mildly frustrated was putting it lightly. I was kind of like losing my shit a little bit at it, because no matter what I did, whether I went really far away or whether I was like relatively close, I always got caught by the stuff. So I don't know, we'll probably do some Flame Fox today. See how hopefully we can get goodness, these ships, dude. That's the thing that takes the most resources from what I can tell from your stronghold. It's like more than anything else, you spend a lot just repairing your ships, which it's a little annoying. I don't even think that's enough. I'm lucky I did some a lot of like grinding early on for like mining and logging, because it gave me a decent amount of blue materials to like build up on. Like trade in. I don't know if it's the most efficient thing, it's just what I do. Also, this lava chromanium down here is simply because of I just couldn't be asked. The groups I was getting on my striker were like really bad, and like we weren't like people again. Lava chromanium is this weird thing where people will, I'll see a lot of people scream about like people who don't flare when it's their quote unquote turn to do so, because they're over there being like, oh, you have to flare at if you're number one, blah blah blah. But none of them want to take destruction bombs, right? Like they're all still uptight about the flaring stuff, but they don't they don't want to do the rest of it, which is bring destruction bombs, stuff like that. Because if all 4 people bring destruction bombs, even especially because like if you get in a group where the whatchamacallit, there's not a lot of weak point in your team, right? Destruction bombs are night and day difference for chromanium. So it's just how it is. So a little update is I decided to rapport gift some people up. So Beatrice is done. I have her giant's heart, so she's gonna be on the back burner for a while. Even though I do eventually want to finish her to get her card and the charisma potion. Sailing voyage wise, I am now going to be working on Calvasis because for his giant heart. Because basically, the other person I pushed forward was, if you remember, we were working in Anika with Yule for getting the charisma potion from her, and I also pushed her up because she was really close. Well, since she's one of like the first NPCs you're reporting, she's not like a major like she's not like a major NPC thing, right? She's just like she's like a little side character in the grand scheme of things. Her rapport was really quick, so I just pushed her up to get her charisma potion. So I think we'll see what Calvasis requires for emotes and songs, and see whether I have it or not later. And then depending on that, we'll see if we can add someone else in the rotation. And if not, because basically right now my priority is Giant's Heart. As you can tell, I got 4 Giant's Hearts yesterday. I was at like here. Oh no, I got 3 Giant's Hearts. I was here. I got the transformation Tuki, and I finished Tuki Island, or Totoiki. That's a little too similar to Tuki, but I finished Tuki Island, got that giant heart. I did Shadow Moon Market. I finished that one, got that giant heart, and then I got the Beatrice giant heart. So we are 1 giant hearts away from the last skill potion from the giant hearts, and then basically this will be on the back burner. The last 3 all come from rapport, right? So Nineveh, Calvasis, Nineveh, and Sasha are these 3. So there's no real rushing these for me personally, especially because right now, again, skill potions, I'll probably need them here in a bit because I think I'm like 2/3 of the way through 54 to get to 55. So so there's that. This focus is kind of whatever. I mean, it'd be nice to get it, but I think by the time I get this, I'll probably be 14, 15, and with being 14, 15 in South of Erin, there should be a weekly dungeon. To be honest, we kind of don't know what we're getting on release for South of Erin, because if I'm not mistaken, someone clipped, I saw earlier someone clipped a I think it was on Reddit or something, that basically Rocks on Discord had confirmed. I mean, I still find it a little weird because generally Rocks answers on the forums. I find it weird that it was a Discord like snip, but basically apparently they're not launching the 14-15 Chaos Dungeon with South of Erin, which I feel was like a given because they're not launching anything else that's 14-15, right? Volton and Descaluda both aren't launching in April with South of Erin. They're launching potentially in May. So it would have been a little weird for the Chaos Dungeon to be launched when they're, when they specifically said, because, they said Descaluda and Volton, but if you read the wording basically states anything 14-15, they're going to wait before adding it to the game just to give people time to catch up. Because if you add the 14-15 gear to the game, it just lets people who are ahead get even further ahead. So, and the people ahead, maybe you get a little bored for being ahead because you don't have any new content, but that's kind of the price you pay for when you push that hard that quickly. But basically, yeah, so we're 1 away, but, this is going to be not too big of a rush. I've gotten most of the other skill potions in the game, so this one's really kind of whatever. But for masterpieces, we got 27, no, 29 of them. No, 27. Yeah, I was right. We got 27. So we got the purple conviction rune here. Now I just need a judgment rune. But I think the only way to get a purple judgment rune is from Mari's rapport, and I don't think I'll be working on her anytime soon. And that's from, I think, Trusted for her. But we got a nice little cache of 3,000 gold here. Masterpieces are really good in the fact that there's a lot of gold in here, right? I still have like a 5,000 gold here. There's 8,000 gold here. There's another weight card. Then there's like 13,000 gold there. Like, so it's masterpieces are definitely something that's pretty good to look into. But yeah, aside from that, it's just we're basically back onto the regular stuff, right? There's not a lot of new stuff going on for a while, to be honest. So we're just gonna see what adventure islands we have, and then just do our our usual daily stuff because that's really all we can do right now. There's not much new stuff going on. There probably won't be anything like new majorly until May for content wise, but we're probably getting Lance Master this next week. I find it hard to believe that there's any other real reason for having I find it hard to believe that there's any that's not the reason why they extended the Grand Prix book expiration dates. I mean, granted, we still don't even know if Grand Prix has been extended or not because they're doing their whole little let's be secretive about stuff right now. So there's we basically just got to sit and wait. Rocks on the forums for this one I know for sure because I saw it myself. Had stated that she had stated yesterday in response to someone that in the next couple of working days, so again, working days are Monday through Friday for the most part. It's like when you see business days on something, when people say when something says it'll take like 5 to 6 business days, it means like Monday through Friday. Saturdays and Sundays are not considered business days. So I'm assuming the same thing for when Rock says working days. She's talking about Monday through Friday. So I imagine like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday of next week, we'll probably get like some information. For sure, I feel like Tuesday and Wednesday we'll probably get information for they have to give us something for the 14th. But I wouldn't be surprised if they just start sprinkling in stuff. Like maybe Monday they'll be like, hey, we're extending the Grand Prix an extra week. And then like Tuesday they'll talk about like the Glaiver maybe, and then like Wednesday they'll talk about like South Vernon, what comes in South Vernon, and maybe like the new event or something. So again, we'll just see how it all goes. Right now we're basically just chilling and sitting in like just hoarding mode, right? Yesterday, I pushed the scrapper to 1370 and I got the berserker up to 1325, so that took a lot of the tier 3 resources. So basically, right now I'm just really trying to recoup materials that I used in my pushes forward. Tier 2 we're pretty good. We're at like 20,000 guardian stones and then like 10,000 destruction stones. Leap stones we still need some more. I'm hoping that I also need to make some. I'll probably need to make some Kaldar fusion materials for the only reason I haven't made more Kaldar fusion materials is because I don't know what will come from the like if they'll launch something alongside the Glaiver, because basically for me the biggest thing that I would want for an event with any new class period, especially seeing how I'm pretty sure Glaiver and Destroyer will both launch with well, Destroyer I'm actually not too sure about Destroyer. I think Destroyer will depend on whether or not they launch Vulcan in May. But Glaiver we know she's launching with a 960 power pass for Phaeton. So what I would like to see is an event that gives us Kaldar fusion materials and then a shit ton of like shards. So that way you can save some gold there, especially with the Kaldar fusion materials, because those are just a flat gold cost you have to pay, period, for crafting. But I think material wise I'm probably set for pushing her from 960 to 1100. I also have a bunch of books saved up over here. I didn't use any books from like last week either, so I have like 30 armor books and 6 weapon books, so I should be able to and then I RNG'd one from my abyssal dungeons on my Deadeye yesterday, so I feel like I should probably quite comfortably be able to push her at least to like 1,000 and like on the first day. Well, actually, no, that's kind of a given because 960 to 1,000 is literally just 2 upgrades. 1,000 to 1,100 is a really rough one because that's plus 10 to plus 15. That's where I'm really hoping. That's the one I'm really hoping they give us like fusion materials and shards, because that's really gonna hurt a lot there, and stuff like that. Also, these shard patches here for honor shard patches. These are the tradable ones I get from my maps. I'm just holding on to these for when I need them in the future, or if they happen to spike up once that becomes an actual problem with materials. because that is something that in the future will be a stopping point, because like once you start getting past like plus 20 on the like relic gear stuff, or like, on like the not like the ancient stuff, I think, I don't know, there's another level high up where you drop down in honing level again while staying at the same item level. And those, well, I know to get to like from plus 24 to plus 25 on those high-end weapons is like, man, that's like I think it was like 720,000 shards just to fill out the gauge to try it, right? So it's like you're gonna need a lot of shards in the future. So right now those pouches don't mean too much because of don't follow me. I don't know where I'm going. I'm just looking for the boss. Those pouches don't mean too much at the moment because, you know, most of the shards stuff, like even now, I think to get to plus 15 on the purple gear was only like 1,000 or so on just to fill up the bar. So I don't think it was really that big of a deal. But again, in the future, those will be, they probably won't be worth a lot because like as more players get into the tier 3, you know, there's going to be more maps for tier 3, and then with more maps for tier 3 done, you get it'll just naturally put more shard pouches on the market. So I think the best thing to do is kind of just hold on to it, and I would just plan on using it on I personally plan on just holding on to it and then just like using it for classes that need it in the future. Kind of that's so annoying. I didn't save the dodge, so it I didn't save the dodge, so I got knocked back into the circle. Forgot the genie to save the dodge there. This is the thing I hate about Yoho, to be honest. This debuff lasts forever. And then if you get imprisoned in the twisters later, that's the you get that debuff again. It's a little frustrating. I kind of wish it would give you something, I don't know, like, I don't know, maybe like buff your teammates or give you like an objective to do with it to go. That's also the kind of annoying thing Yoho has. She jumps up a lot, and then so she has like the little Nakrasena thing going where her animation for the model is still on the ground, but her animation for like her actual model, so like the animation's still going, and you know she's on the ground still technically, but the actual model is already in the air. So she has it's not as bad as Knack, because Knack has a lot of them, but it still does get a little frustrating. And then she has these flares that go out like all the time, so, and they hurt. Like those flares are not fun. They ooh, pheromone bomb. Granted, her is a very long time. I should bring pheromone bombs for mine. For the thing, because she's kind of like a Grexion, and where she has a very long time to pheromone bomb her. I think she probably has like the longest time out of everybody, out of all like the Guardian raids. Yeah, that's the real hard thing it takes to. Yoho has a lot of like stuff that whatchamacallit. She has like a lot of stuff that comes out of the sky, right? So she has like the flares just constantly going. She'll have the she has like 2 flares kind of. She has like the regular light flare that drops from the sky, and then she has like like the meteor thing. So she's just got a lot of crap going on that it's just really hard to tell what's going. Especially because like half of the stuff she does doesn't have like ground targets on it. It's all just you just have to look at where the projectile's going. The flare is kind of the worst one because some of the flares, like, even if you try to tell where it's gonna drop, sometimes it's really hard to tell. At least for me it is. There's been a lot of times I thought I was outside of a flare that was dropping on the ground, and then it ends up that I was inside of it. But you know, I think that's just gonna take some practice to get used to, especially because we haven't seen like Yoho in such a long time. It's such a pretty oh shit. Yeah. See there, I couldn't even see what was coming down because their tails were covering it. That's one of the big complaints I have with some of the Guardian Rays is their own model blocks like the stuff coming down because of the angle of the camera, right? So like I feel they kind of need to be. Damn it, bruh. It takes so long to come out of some animation sometimes to throw the grenades. That's something I wish they'd change. Like I stopped pushing buttons there for like solid like 5 seconds. They're just spamming my grenade key out just to try to get a destruction grenade on her tail because I didn't have a chain destruction fist up. This is the twisters I was talking about. I just like run the fuck away because I'm like I'm terrible at these. I just stay over here. Away from. See, I almost ate that one. Is it safe? Is it safe? Yes. Yes, it is. I think that's the strat right there. But like, put the stuff between. Put like an unpassable terrain between you and Yoho, and just wait it out. Because whenever I try to do any like dodging myself, I always like. I always just eat the. I always end up eating the tornado. Ooh. There we go. There we go. Nope, get me out of here, get me out of here. We're leaving. Impassable terrain. Oh, they can pass through the impassable terrain. Oh my god. Oh shit, nope, there it is. Bruh, like... Just turned me into a fox, yeah. Like, those are so fast, like the second time are so freaking quick that it's just like, what is going on? It's honestly a little annoying. But that's why you just get away from the thing and you know, put a little bit of space between you and Yoho, so at least if you get it, you won't get like one shot. So because what was it? I had one where I was just like, I got imprisoned, and then like Yoho turned around and just like one shot. Like me and another person got imprisoned next to each other, and then like Yoho was like, "Yo, what's up, bitches?" And then like jumped and like killed us both. I was like, no, 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 no. But Yoho, you know, I was over here like, oh no. Yoho was like, oh yeah. Just jumped down, just like, what's up, baby? And just wrecked my shit. Alright, yeah, I need to put pheromone bombs back on. Wait, can I not take pheromone bombs? Is it? You can't take pheromone and destruction bombs. What? See, this is where I find it so weird. Why do pheromone and destruction bombs share like a type, right? Like I would have thought pheromone bombs and flares would share a type because you know a flare is to chase a monster, a pheromone bomb is to keep the monster there. But why is a destruction bomb like conflicting with a? Is it because they're both bombs? Oh, it's probably because they're both bombs. They're both considered bombs. Is probably what it is. I imagine that has to be the case because this is HP potion. See, because this is grenade. Yeah, it's probably. Oh, that's what it is. It's because they're both bombs. They should remake pheromone bomb into pheromone grenade. But it is what it is. Oh, that's kind of weird. I was gonna say maybe the icons also because there's like a red button there and a red button here, but then you get like corrosive bombs, and those are bombs and they look like grenades because they probably. I wonder if these used to be grenades and then he changed them to bombs because basically you'd be able to double stack destruction with corrosive, and I think corrosive's better for that, to be honest. If I can get it off. No, with how oftentimes I get like animation locked when she's about to drop down or when she gets knocked over, definitely better to just destruction grenade it if I can. Alright, so we got one more. We just get that done and then we'll start doing the dailies. I also have 2 quests to unlock 2 more merchants, which will get those quests done so that we can unlock more merchants. I have another quest for merchants to unlock, but she it requires you to complete a quest in order to do it, and I didn't have that quest completed on this character. I had to complete it on the Deadeye, so I plan on I'll probably do it when I get on the Deadeye because I do plan on doing Deadeye daily stuff today. I think I think it might be I think he might have his chromanium. Like it might be time for him to do his chromanium. Oh. Ooh, nice shit. Oh, that's funny. He like charges into a like empty spot. Or she charges into like a impassable terrain, so the actual like phantom charge went forward, but in regards to like to her actual charge, like for her body, it didn't go forward. It was just a little. Really? You couldn't like, you know, step back a little shallower? Oh, nice. What? But yeah, Yoho was one of the reasons I swapped to Taijutsu in tier 2. I think that's when you fight her, right? It's tier 2. But basically, she was one of the things that convinced me to do Taijutsu, because a lot of her stuff just isn't, a lot of her stuff is, she's really quick. She moves around a lot. So it's kind of like, as a shop training, it's kind of hard to land all your hits. It makes me, I won't lie, it makes me miss a Grexion. Because the Grexion's like big and dumb. He's like, I'm gonna stand here and like just eat all of your damage. I'm like, yes, please do. But I think part of it is just I need to. Again, this is literally the fourth time I've done Yoho. So like I still remember the fourth time I did. One of these days I'll stop eating these stupid flares that drop from the sky. I remember when I first did Grexion a couple times, I was very like, what the hell is going on? But then as I started like figuring shit out, I was like, oh, this isn't so bad. But that still took me probably about a week of doing a Grexion. So I can't expect to know what I'm doing with Yoho on like the first, you know, the first couple days of doing it. I didn't crit there. Sad day. Ooh. I've also been debating on like changing out Crushing Smite for something else. Like, I mean, I guess I can't because it has it's my second like focus thing for generating shock, right? With because that's the big thing with like shock training is unlike taijutsu. So taijutsu, not only do you passively generate stamina, period, like that's just your normal thing. Taijutsu then like also at least I got the damage off. Taijutsu also, like the actual engraving, I think it's like by 200% or some shit. Like it's something crazy. So you rarely run out of like shock or taijutsu or stamina when you're doing the so it kind of like you're just you know, you're just constantly pumping, and you don't really need like honestly one or two shock abilities really every once in a while to like just fill the stamina gap here and there on the odd times when it does like run out. That's pretty much all you need, but with shock training you really need the two like focus, but even then I'm still good. I'm still a little still a little starved for shock. Oh my gosh. Right, he got him out. But so yeah, so you kind of do make use of both of the Fierce Tiger, especially in like a fight, like as you get more comfortable and you can like use more of your abilities, right? With like a Grexion, I was finding myself as I was getting more and more comfortable and being able to use my abilities more regularly on him. It allowed me to that was a real quick like staggers into each other, so we didn't have like I don't think any of us had our abilities already. It basically I'd find myself kind of like shock starved because like I was just constantly just wailing on him, so I had to get more comfortable with using my Crushing Smite to try to generate some stamina. So it's oh, nice. I got upright this time. that tells me I'm getting pretty comfortable with Yoho. See, because that's again, that's something that is one thing I do like, right? On the in the when you're doing Guardian raids, especially the tier 3 Guardian raids, I take it back. Armor Knack sucks regardless. So for Grexion and Yoho, I can visibly tell when I'm getting better and better, and then you get stuff with the titles and stuff like that, right? While with some of the earlier Guardian raids, it was a little harder to tell like if you were doing any better because so for instance, if I had to give an example, right? An example I would give, that was great, right? Man, that's a really good fucking earring. I might see if I can sell that for something. Because I personally don't care for taijutsu. I don't think I'm gonna go back to it. But basically, what I'm getting at is earring. Sorry, let me do this real quick. Engraving. Taijutsu. 2. What else is on this? Emergency rescue. We'll just ignore that. And then combat stats. Crit. Quality. Yeah, 90 or above. Nothing? Really? All qualities. Nah, there has to be something missing here. The one thing I don't like is that when you try to do stuff, when you try to search by like use the market search with the right click, and then you try to like custom your own thing off of it, it doesn't play nice. Yeah, see, there was stuff in here. There's a 92. What's on here? That's just +2. That comes with attack power reduction. Mine comes with defense reduction 3 though. That one's pretty rough. 50 gold. I'll put mine up for about the same price. 20 and 50. If it sells, it sells. If it doesn't sell, it doesn't sell. Then like if it sells, that's just an extra, 40 something gold because of the tax. And if it does sell, or if it doesn't sell, then I'll just throw it in my storage for in case I ever decide to go back to the taijutsu, because again, I probably sound like a broken record for this one. April 15th, mark it on your calendars. It's gonna be, that's when the in Korea, April 15th in Korea is when the test realm for the class balance overhaul, rebalance, like rework, whatever the hell you want to call it, in Korea goes live. It's generally safe to assume for the most part that whatever comes out of that will probably come to the west faster. Will probably come out to the other regions sooner rather than later. Whether we'll get it like at the same time as Korea for their like when their patch goes live, because the patch for them probably goes live in April, in May. I don't know if we'll get it in May or we'll get it in June or something, but basically most people, pretty much everybody's assuming that we will get any new classes we have will be probably in their post rework state, and then and then maybe we'll get the other changes like soon after, but to be honest, we have no idea. Who the hell knows? But basically it'll be pretty good to know, because even if we don't get it like you know, super quick, like even if it takes a couple months or something to get the balance patch to us, which I don't think it'll take a couple months. I think we'll probably get it pretty, it'll probably be I would imagine that it might be like our June patch, like our June update patch might just be just the class balance changes for whatever they ended up being in KR. I wouldn't be surprised if that's what happens, because that way you could give people a whole month to like change mains, redo their stuff. Bolton would still probably be pretty new if he comes out in May, so it's not too big of a deal. It's just so I wouldn't be surprised if that's kind of like the plans they have for probably for when they want to release the patch stuff. But that's again just speculation. But basically you want to keep an eye out, see whatever changes are, maybe see if in the future or whatever, you know, if you see a change you don't like in you know, maybe you see the change that's coming and maybe you're like, that's a class I like, and then when you see the change you're like, I don't know if I like that or not, then you can preemptively try to, like, you know, prep or prepare another class for something you do like, right? That kind of thing. So, you know, again, regardless of when we get it, right, it's going to be it's definitely something that you want to pay attention to. So even if it's just like for future stuff, it's just good information to know. You can also do it if you like playing the market, right? Like maybe you enjoy the you like playing the market, so you kind of want to, you know, knowing of a class that was unpopular is going to become popular, like say maybe Soulfist or something like that, due to like buff changes and stuff. So maybe you want to be like, well, maybe I'll save up on like accessories and stuff for that. Or you know, you can make like a, whatchamacallit, maybe you make your own, or maybe just make your own Soulfist. I mean, because you'll need a Soulfist to get it. To get like the accessories and stuff. But you know, maybe you can see some changes coming forth. To be honest, I'll probably keep saying it until the actual patch comes out. I am scared of the patch. I like Scrapper the way she plays, but apparently a lot of people say she's due for like an overhaul of some sort. How big it'll be, who knows? Will it be like a giant overhaul, like completely, or will it just be a rework of her identity? No idea. It's just kind of just the way it works. Oh my god, that's such a troll, dude. He was down here, and then like as soon as the system's like, oh, he's down here, he dug his way up there, and now we're like really far away. That's such a troll. But yeah, but basically, long story short, you know, just get the just be ready. I feel like there's going to be quite a bit of turbulence in the community with these reworks. So I will say, I think, well, the biggest reason I'm kind of scared is because an overhaul, unlike like a rebalance, generally is not like doable to undo, right? If you're PTRing, like when you PTR stuff, it's not a oh, we're checking to see if you like these overhauls and then we'll change it if you don't like it. No, it's just to make sure the numbers are where they need to be. So that's kind of why I'm scared, because if mechanically I don't like the overhaul to what the fuck? Oh, I ate the orb. I ate the blue orb. I was like, what did I get summoned? But mechanically, if I don't like the overhaul, I'm kind of like screwed, right? It doesn't matter what the damage are, because to me, I like the enjoyment of the class. So I'm a little, I'm personally a little scared for the overhaul, for the balance patch rework. I will be I won't be too like optimistic or pessimistic on it, right? Like I'm just waiting. That's all we can do, right? Is just wait. Granted, like April in general is a pretty big month for Korea stuff. If you care about spoilers, don't look at Korea too much in April past the like class patch, because they get a pretty big they get a pretty big they get a whole new continent this month in Korea. Yeah, okay, so it's 1370. They get a whole new continent, and with a whole new continent, that means spoilers. So if you don't like spoilers, then you know, be a little careful what you do watch of people playing in Korea. So that way, you know, you don't accidentally spoil yourself by watching the wrong like the wrong stream when you don't want to be watching that stream, right? So, you know, that's just something to keep in mind. So be mindful of the stuff you're watching in Korea over this next month for story stuff. A good thing to do is probably just to focus more on stuff you can do. Like for instance, I said it yesterday and I'll say it again. I think with Glaivier coming out, it probably confirms that in the rework at least, she's probably just due for number tunings and not necessarily like an overhaul of any sort. So she's probably a pretty safe investment if that's the class that you've been really looking forward to playing. I know a lot of people have been looking forward to playing. I know a lot of people have been looking forward to maining the Lance Master, or Glaiver as it's going to be called in our region. I personally am relatively indifferent to it. That's just my take on it. For me, the Glaiver was always more of a like an alt that I wanted to play, that I was very interested in playing, rather than like a main that I wanted to pick up. So like I'm so excited for her because that's a new, you know, that's a new it's just a new class, right? So it's just exciting, especially as someone as myself who, like, I didn't play the other regions. I just played I've only played the NAEU region, so I haven't got to play her like at all. So I'm personally pretty excited for it. I know a lot of other people are probably, a lot of people who have played her are really looking forward to her because they say she, from what I've heard all around, most people consider her like a very, very like just well designed class and playstyle. So the hope is that, you know, more like people will be very comfortable with her and look forward to and at least get enjoyment out of it. Because to be honest, with the way things are looking for April, April is probably literally just more catch up time for people who aren't 1370, and give people time to get to 1415 before Volton comes out. Because I know that's their big concern right now, is they realize they jumped the gun a little bit on Argos. In my opinion, that's probably due to a combination of maybe them wanting to do one thing and like probably being a little split in how they wanted to handle things. You know, they were talking about how they want to get people to Legion raid ready, because that's, you know, their highest retention point was Legion raids. But at the same point, they didn't put, like, you know, they didn't start off with a super dope, like, you know, doped up honing rates and stuff like that. So then they extended the brackets for item level between the Guardian raids and tier 3. So it's like they had these like conflicting points, right? Where it didn't really, something like the actions didn't really match the words for what they wanted. And I don't know if there may have been some miscommunication between some of the teams, or maybe like the way they thought things would pan out was a little different from how it actually panned out. I'm not sure. Again, I don't work for Smilegate. I don't work for Amazon, so I'm not privy to any of that inside information. All I can say is that things didn't really add up too much when with how they wanted us to play, apparently, compared to how they actually like put stuff in the game. So, ooh, great honor leaf stones, thank you. So all we can really do right now is just wait and see. It seems they more or less learned a pretty valuable lesson. I don't think I think Vaulton in May is perfectly fine. I think if they delay it past May, that's a mistake, personally. 3 months for like, well, it would be like, that wouldn't be the third month, it would be February, March, April, so like May, so it'd be like what, 4th month that the game's been out. Definitely think that's a pretty good time to add like Vaulton, Descaluda, the 14, 15, nice, it's sold. The 14, 15, whatchamacallit, the 14, 15 Chaos Dungeon, stuff like that. It's definitely, oh, that was a yellow one, and it had a tripod I want on it. That makes me scared. I'm scared for these like +3 tripods. Or maybe I'll look at it, maybe it'll have like a shit ton of things I want on it. But yeah, so basically, April's probably going to be another slowish month, aside from like just gearing up, you know, getting your Glaivier geared up and stuff like that. Because I feel like most people are just going to make a Glaivier just because there's really not much else to do in April from from what it seems. I still personally think it's a mistake to not release the Challenge Guardian event, like mode in April. At least on the roadmap, they were like, it's May content, and I feel like, I still think personally that's a mistake. That should definitely have been for April, especially if you're not going to give us like the 14, 15 Chaos Dungeons. You should have at least given us, which again, the 14, 15 Chaos Dungeons are kind of whatever, right? Are the purples worth anything? What's on this? Oh my god, I'm so scared. That's a level 3. It's worth anything though. It's worth 40 gold. Holy shit. That's not bad for as far as like books go with the current like climate. I'll put it for 45 though. Hopefully that sells. Are these stones any good? No, they're both pretty bad. But yeah, I said it once. I said it when I read the roadmap. I'll say it again over and over again. Challenge Guardians in May is a mistake. They should definitely be like, instead of being like made definitively, I would say probably, you know, you do Glaivier South Vern on the 14th, and then on the 21st you should have done the trial / challenge Guardian raids, so that way you give people plenty of time to get into it. Because right now the way it is that if they wait until May, which we don't know when the login event is going to go for, right? Because it goes roughly, the login event goes for a little bit over 30 days, right? It's like 34 days. We don't know when how much the next login event's going to go for, but if they keep this pacing, it keeps pushing it like back and back and back. I mean, granted, it's not 30 days exactly, right? Because the first one was February the 8th to March 10th, so that was like a little bit over 30 days. This one was a little bit longer than that because it was 310 to 414. So if we look at it, so 310 was, oh, it doesn't let me go back, but 310 would have been, so let's see, 7th, 1, 24, 17, so it's starting, we go 10, the 10th was when the March update came out, followed by, then you have the 17th, then the 24th, then the 34th, then the 7th, and then the 14th. That's 6 weeks. Before, like, that's a really long time, to be honest. I don't know if they'll do that long for the next one, for May. because I wouldn't be surprised if maybe for this one instead it goes the 14th, 21st, 28th, 5th, and then the 12th. So it's 5, right? Instead. And then if we get, say we get Challenge Guardians here, the only way that they could possibly do Volton would be on the 26th. If they don't release, if they release the Challenge Guardians as like the May update, right? If they don't release Challenge Guardians like on the 5th of May or something like that, which they might, I mean, that is a possibility. They could just give us a pretty short login event for April to May, just to put the May update sooner. Or they could just do, because from what I understand in Korea, it doesn't, like, they don't use a login event for anything. So for us, it might also just have been coincidence for the Argos to come out May 10th. But 2 times does not make for a coincidence. I'm just hoping that they don't stick to it, because basically if you stick to that like 5 to 6 weeks, it's just gonna keep pushing shit further and further into the month. So I think they just need to choose like a week of the month, probably give themselves like the 1st and the 2nd weeks as like the weeks to do like the major update. To me, I think what they should have done is Glaivier 14th and then 28th should have been Trial Guardians, the Trial Guardian implementation of the system. Because then if they had implemented it on the 28th, you would have 1 week, 2 week, 2 whole weeks. So that's 6 whole times of getting rewards to get to 14, 15. And then then gives you plenty of time to choose when you want to put Volton out. Because if you gave us, because right now if they gave it to us on the 12th, 1 week of getting the challenge rewards is not going to be enough to get Volton on the 19th, I don't think. I think most people still aren't going to be even close to 14, 15. Unless they tweak the rewards, right? Because again, we don't know if it'll be exactly the same. For NAEU, they might maybe boost the rewards a little bit, like how much mats we get and stuff like that. Because again, oh, I exited instead of selecting level. Oopsie. Again, this is kind of like catch up for us, right? Oh, sweet. I should have put that a little higher then. Shit. Oh well. Oh wait, no, that was, I did both of them. Did I really go through? Oh my god, I think I left. I think I didn't do my second one. I think I did my first one, I selected the level, and then I left because I thought I was still in the first one. Yeah, I did. You know what? Nobody saw that. Didn't happen. We're going back in. Nobody saw that. That didn't happen. Yep, just normal day of just doing stuff, you know. Totally didn't just waste my second chaos dungeon run for the day on my most important character. We're just gonna ignore that. I'm telling you, this, like, I really need to like stop getting into deep conversations about shit when I'm like in the middle of stuff like that, because that was a waste. That was such a waste. Is what it is. Not much I can do about it now. Especially because the game itself was like, "Are you sure you want to leave right now?" It's like, I was like, "Yes, I want to leave. I want to hit the button of it." Yeah. Oh well. In the grand scheme of things down the line, that doesn't really change much of anything. Oh, I need to do hunting though. Yeah, that probably means over this weekend I'll probably be doing a bunch of hunting so I can start creating materials. That also makes me curious. So like for instance, Phaeton and Yorn, when you complete their quest lines, give you they give you fusion materials. I was thinking Punica did the same thing. It gave you a little bit of fusion materials when you finish the Punica quest. Actually, no, I don't think Punica did. Because now that I think about it, my Berserker didn't have any materials for fusion materials when he got to +3. But basically, what I'm curious about is whether South Vern gives us fusion materials or not. And if it does, will it be the blues or will it be the greens? Because when you get to 1370 on your gear, on your purple gear, you no longer use the green fusion materials, you use the blue fusion materials, which aren't really that much more expensive, to be honest, than the green ones to create. They're like 2 gold more, and they only use a couple more mats per, so it's not that bad. And I think even on the market right now, they're like the blues and the greens are the same price because they're so similar in how much stuff you need to make them. So, shut up. Did I aim that right? Yes, I did. Woo. That big guy's always a pain in the ass to aim for because since he moves around a lot, and he floats, so you can't really see where his legs are. It's a little hard to aim. When we get the head and back attack markers, that'll make it easier to not have to worry about. But apparently we don't have those, so we gotta make do with what we got. But yeah, so I'm curious I know South Vern apparently gives a lot of like XP. Apparently if you're under like level 55, it'll give you like almost a whole bar of experience, and then if you're over level 55, it'll give you a little bit more than half of the bar for experience. There's a lot of like experience per character, which is fine by me. 55 is a really like important level to hit, and that's really where you kind of start. That's definitely where you hit where if you haven't done a lot of like skill potion farming, you're gonna feel the pain a little bit, because at level 55, in case you don't know, you can do this thing called pushing your skills from level 10 to level 11. When you push them from level 10 to level 11, they gain, I think it's what was it? I think it was roughly, I want to say, I think someone said it was like roughly 4 to 5% damage bonus on that specific ability. So you generally want enough points to get at least your main damage dealing abilities to level 11. You won't, not all builds get all of their level 10 skills to level 11, because sometimes some of your level 11 skills, some of your level 10 skills are kind of not so much there for like damage and stuff. Like for instance, I have Fierce Tiger Strike as level 11 on, or as one of my level 10 abilities as a shock trading scrapper, but it's less for damage, I feel, and more just for just giving me a second little damage amp I can use on a boss. I actually don't know if in the grand scheme of things that damage amp that you get from the level 10 is kind of worth it. Oh shit, I thought I had missed that there for a second. I was like, no. But yeah, also, you know, as an example, when you're in a chaos dungeon, double check the buttons before you just straight leave, in case you get sidetracked like I do, like, because I'm a dumbass sometimes. All right, so we have level 3. What else is on here? Charging blow. All right, so the rest of those are kind of whatever. Are any of these any good? No. 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 What is that? Expertise, swiftness, expertise, crit. Oh, that might go for something actually. That probably won't go for something now, but that'll probably go for something with Glaiver, because Glaiver, I'm mistaken, runs both increase. Oh, but she doesn't use crit. I have to see if there's an increased mass crit. An increased mass and crit. If any like class uses increased mass, crit, and keen blunt weapon together. The main thing, I might just put it up for 50 gold, see if someone buys it. Are any of these any good? No. Level 1, level 1, level 1, level 1, level 1, level 1, level 2 chains. No. Level 1s, level 1s, level 1s, level 1, level 2, but on continuous push, which doesn't matter. Yeah, that's my ambush master. All right, we're going to try to. Actually, the qualities in both of those are pretty shit. I think I'm gonna try to just put them up for like 25 gold. See if someone buys them. I doubt anybody will, but oh, I'm on the wrong one. Auction house. So this one was crit, adrenaline, all out attack, and this one is crit, increased mass, key, blunt weapon. So I'll put 10 and then like 25, and then 25. I think to someone those might be worth something, but maybe they're not worth much at all. Not worth much at all. No. I go to the skill lady. Alright, ma'am. Will you be kind to me today? Probably not, because I think this is like 15%. And pain. Bro, if that had succeeded, oh my god, I would have been... Well, I mean, that would have murdered my RNG for like the rest of the month, to be honest, at least. If I had succeeded on my very first +3 transfer, especially on that one, because that's my main, like that is honestly my most important tripod out of all the tripods I have on my character right now. I probably would have been hooting and hollering a little bit. I probably would have done a little bit of a Ric Flair in there, a little bit of woo, but we don't got the woos. We just got the ooze. All right, yeah, I'm gonna buy all these for silver on this character because she's got plenty of blood stones. Yes, 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 yes. All right, I think we got everything from her that matters. The fact that you can't buy like even one Great Honor Leapstone without having level 3 shop upgrade kind of sucks in my opinion, but not much we can do about that. Not much we can do about that at all. Alright. I need to do some PvP. I think, I don't know if I'll do it like today. I might do, so I'm kind of indecisive a little bit. I think what I might do is I might like record some PvP videos over the weekend. And then put those up on YouTube. This little side thing, or I might do like a PvP stream because I have competitive. I'm finally able to do competitive PvP now, so I'm a lot more willing to do PvP simply because I no longer have the risk of running into pre-mades, right? Well, you know, that doesn't necessarily mean like, oh, I'm gonna be stomping everybody, because honestly I'm still learning PvP along with everybody else that's new to Lost Ark, right? So I'm kind of just learning as I go, but I thoroughly enjoyed the competitive, like I think I did one competitive match the other day, and like I lost, but I had such a blast doing it because it was such a close game, and like the skill level, like, you know, I'm in bronze, but that's where I need to be because I'm not very good at the game, right? I'm still learning how the game plays, so I think it was very cool. You know, not everybody, the solo queue thing is not for everybody, right? Because, you know, you have the RNG of like what, you know, maybe your team's like a scrapper with like a bard and like a sharpshooter, and then their team has like a death blade, a gun lancer, and a fucking paladin. So, you know, they have like stagger for days while you're kind of like hurting on stagger a little bit. It doesn't feel very fun when you're like, you know, when it's like that, but uh, I still think there's some. It has its merits. I personally like solo queue because I end up usually queuing by myself a lot for PvP. Because a lot of times I'll do it at like odd hours where other people aren't playing, or like people just don't want to do PvP, so they just do whatever they want to do. And so I'll just go do PvP. I will say I'm slightly disappointed. So I'll say it now. My goal is to eventually get to platinum, at least by the end of the season, so I can get the mount. I am a little disappointed because apparently, for whatever reason, in our region, now I don't know if Korea they got rid of them too, but even if they did, that's still a little annoying because at least in Korea they had a couple seasons of getting them. You used to get PvP skins from these rewards here. So my goal is to try to get to platinum right here. So between 1900 to 2099. I doubt I'll get to diamond in this season. Maybe like in future seasons if I stay consistently with PvP. But I'd like to get to platinum because that's the first one that gets you a mount. There's a platinum, diamond, master, and grandmaster versions of the mount. Master and grandmaster get exclusive auras and titles. Oh no, you get title for the other ones. Where you get a title from diamond and higher. But basically, like, it's some pretty good stuff. Mind you, you have to be that rank when the season ends, so you have a lot of time because our season started like, what was it, a couple weeks ago, 1 or 2 weeks ago, and it goes for 6 months. But yeah, I'm a little disappointed in the fact that they took the skins out of our PvP chest for the rewards. I'm not sure why. I don't know if maybe it's because of I don't know if it's maybe because they, the skins aren't that good and they didn't want to put those out there, or something like that. But for me it's a little disappointing as someone who loves going after skins, that I won't, I don't have a way to get skins. But it is what it is. In game, I think well, what I don't know is honestly my hope and copium is that the reason we don't have PvP skins in the PvP reward chest is because my hopium is that they moved those PvP skins to whatever the free like in-game PvP or in-game skin crafting system is going to be, because I have a feeling that the skin crafting system is probably getting changed, and then it's probably going to be more free-to-play friendly, and I'm hoping that they put the PvP skins in there, right? So like maybe there'll be something you can buy with PvP coins in the future that you can then turn around and craft like these specific PvP skins, which, I mean, to be fair, the PvP skins weren't anything amazing. From what I understood, they're just recolors of somewhat not very popular, or like somewhat older skins or not very popular skins. To be honest, I still kind of wish we had gotten them, even though they were so unused, right? Because I think that the real reason they were taken out, I think, was because they were so unused compared to like any other skin, because I could not track down, even on like Invin, like trying to like Google Translate through Invin, I could not find evidence of what the PvP skins looked like. So it's kind of like, I just don't think they were very popular at all, and I don't think people liked using them. And so I think they just bit the bullet, and instead of giving instead of putting something that people probably won't like, they just took him out for our version. A little debatable whether it was a smart move or not, because at the end of the day, you didn't pay for it, right? You just had to PvP and you would get it from your end of the season box thing. If they were going to take him out, I would have preferred, or maybe I could check, maybe it's there. I didn't look at the store too deeply personally. If they were going to take it out, what I personally would have liked to see would have been a I would have liked to see them put it in the store, right? In the coin store. So like take like a box, right? And just be like, this is a roster bound box that will give you a full set of PvP skins. Or a full set of like a full PvP skin for the specific class you open it, and you can buy like maybe 1 or 2 boxes throughout the season. So that way for the people that want it, they can get it, and then for the people that don't want it, they can just ignore it, right? Like again, just options. But I don't know, for whatever reason we don't have the PvP skins. It's a little sad, but it is what it is. I do know there are people who are doing like quasi skins in PvP, right? So like in PvP you're equalized, so your gear literally does not matter. It does not get affected at all. It's all purely cosmetic. So apparently there's been people who what they do is they've been wait, I think I have Hypnos. No, I moved it to Shadow Moon. Shit. What they've been doing is I'll just move Shadow Moon back to Hypnosize. Well, what they've been doing is they've been going back and they've been farming like tier 2 stuff, because like there's some classes that their tier 2 armor looks really, really good. And so basically what they do is they set up their second like gear tab with like tier 2 armor, even though they're like a tier 3 character, specifically for when they do PvP, because for PvP it's literally like it's just a skin. So like for instance, I could if I felt like I could do that. I really liked the I personally really liked the tier 2 skins more than the tier 3 skins currently, even more so than the skins I have on right now. I have more than enough to get like a full set of like the silver version if I wanted, or the red version, because of how much I farmed that. So if I wanted to for PvP, I could kind of set up a little skin, quasi skin thing, right? Just do that. But the chances of me actually doing that, slim to none. Because it's kind of more of a pain in the ass than I feel like doing. Even though I have the materials and it only cost me silver to make it, I would rather wait to see if they'll add like straight up skins that you can then craft with those materials rather than not. I think if I do it for a class, it'll probably be Destroyer, because Destroyer has some pretty cool armors. And maybe Glaiver. I don't know what Glaiver's like tier 1, tier 2 stuff looks like. Guess we'll find out. We'll find out, right? Because with like the 960 power pass, there's going to be a lot of Glaivers running that Arc of Air against Gate of Paradise raids or Abyssal dungeons. I'll tell you that much. There'll be a lot of them. So, or at least a decent amount. I think like most people like me who are probably saving, I think I'll do Arc of Arrogance runs just for the gold, since you know she'll be there. But I don't think my goal is to, well, I mean, you can still do Arc of Arrogance a couple times, because you don't lose Arc of Arrogance gold until 1325, right? So you might not get 1325 right off the bat when you get to tier 3. So you can at the very least well, if you might like, whether or not you get to 1325 before the first weekly reset, you can probably run Arc of Arrogance twice on Glaiver just for the gold. You know, it's a free 400 gold total if you don't open the extra chest. My current plan is I'm gonna like get the Glaiver. I'm gonna try to push her as far as I can on the first day. If I end up missing out on like mats from I'll be counting on you, my friend. If I end up missing out on mats for oh, I need to go buy this. But if I end up missing out on mats for whatever, I'll just I'll do her like I'll do the Arc of Arrogance, and then just get the extra map box at the end, depending on what I'm missing. Maritime Fortress designed just for me. They've been built to fight anywhere, anytime. And even built an arena. All right, we're gonna do the report quest. Then I'm gonna go do the rest of my like report stuff real quick because I'm still working on Thyrain, so I'll end up in Lutera, and then I'll go get the well, we'll see where it leaves me for the emotes. Because he only has one song, right? So I'm kind of curious. Is that the actual skin or? Oh no, yeah, that's their Omen skin, I think, right? No, actually, I think that might be the actual like tier 3 armor. Because those are the shoulder pieces. Huh. I thought Deathblade's tier 3 armor was more like that more armored looking one that you see from time to time. No, I think actually never mind. I think that's tier 2. That's what that is.
What's going on? Me? Oh.
But yeah, so for Glaivier, my overall plan is just keep hoarding materials. I kind of wish the we had a way to save up pouches, like roster bound pouches. It kind of sucks that harmony shards are literally the one thing you cannot save up without having like tier 2 chaos maps. And I personally don't feel like doing tier 2 chaos maps at the moment. Well, like doing tier 2 chaos gates to get tier 2 chaos maps, right? I'm kind of like, I'd rather do the tier 3 ones, specifically because for the legendary bleed rune or legendary rage rune, which a lot of classes use that.
More like suicide, you mean?
Stuff like that. So I don't know. We'll see how I feel. I do have a friend of mine who he's thinking about doing like tier 2 chaos gates to get maps up, and if he does that, then I'll just save those pouches for the Glaiver, because I personally just don't feel like just doing it myself, right? I'd rather just wait and hope for whatever event they give us gives us a lot of like shard pouches from the shop, or just gives us a lot of shard pouches in general. You'll need at least like, I'd say probably 250,000 to 300,000 shards to get from 960 to
no one.
to
Good for nothings. Come on, off we go to the sea.
they're like because it took me a little over, it probably took me to like 220,000 life shards to get from 1,000 to 1,100, but depending on your luck it'll probably take you a little bit more than that to get from 960 to 1,100. So we'll kind of just see how they go, because the real unfortunate part about it, right, is that you can't use the blood shard vendor. So yeah, it's not very much, but what little, what little stuff you get. Really, all the way over there?
Sorry.
Put on there.
Keep
Oh my
sailing
god.
This direction, and you'll see the island of time. One of my friends lives there.
But
very funny guy.
bro, the island of time is like all the way down here. Jeez, that's take a while. Well, that'll work out, because then I can go get the taunt from the Black Fang keep thing, or Black Fang's Freedom Island. But so you can't use the blood shard vendor, which is a pretty good source of like leap stones, especially if you have like a guild with like leveled up shop, right? You're just boned, because you have 3 days before you can like pick up the quest and get the login reward and stuff like that. So, and then depending on what quests you get for the weekly quests, it could be pretty dog shit for the first week. So you could get pretty unlucky. Why did I do that? I should have just gone to Phaeton. But I think at the end of the day it'll be fine. There's probably gonna be a good amount of like crying about if things don't have enough shards and stuff like that. but I think that's just part of it. I still think we'll have plenty of time to get it geared and ready to go. I have a feeling that there's going to be a lot of people. If there is, there's probably going to be a lot of people that if there's an event that going on simultaneously with the Glaivier launch that lets you get it to like 1370 day one, they're going to be like, this game sucks. It's a watch your money. It's like, bro, you got plenty of time. Like, calm down. Well, you have plenty of time to get the 1415. You know, I know people want to get their stuff up. Because they're just trying to get their stuff up to so they can you know, fight the RNG, because and fight the bids. Because like, for instance, I tried, so like yesterday before I went to bed, I tried bidding on like 3 ability stones that had the stuff I wanted for my scrapper, so I could try to get them like 6-6, and none of them won. Granted, I also just like bid 1 gold higher than what they were, or what a bid was going for now, so it's not too surprising that I didn't win. And they were really cheap. I think when I was throwing them up, like, I bid on all 3 of them for like 7 gold. So very easy. So very cheap for people to get. It's only like 3 peons. Because I'm just trying to get like a 6-6 stone with 2 engravings I'd like in order to get like a 3-3-3 set going. My goal is to have level 3 shock training, level 3 adrenaline, and level 3 cursed doll for Volton. Personally, I don't think you can't. I know the quote-unquote optimal engraving setup is like 3 keen blunt, 3 ambush master, but I don't think you can get enough. I don't think you can even get enough crit, even with the between synergies and even with the like 5-piece Argo set. I don't think you get enough crit to be able to run keen blunt weapon. Like, I don't think you get enough crit unless you're running the relic set to run keen blunt weapon, personally. So even with like because like usually you'll also run like 2 levels of adrenaline with it. Like, I still don't think that's I don't think that's enough. You'd have to have a really good quality like legendary necklace that was like spec crit for it. Because like, I have a pretty good quality purple with spec crit, and it's I'm at 14.67. So if we add the if we add adrenaline into that, adrenaline level 2 would give us 10% crit rate, so that'd be 24%. And then the whatchamacallit, the preordained would be another 25% crit rate for 15 seconds. So for 15 seconds you would have, where are we at? 24, you'd have like 49% crit rate before synergies. And I think you need like a 65%. Not to mention, this is like for 15 seconds. If you don't run the 5-piece and you just go for the 2-piece, which is what I think I'm gonna do. I think I'm gonna go for 2-piece, preordained 2-piece, 2-piece chosen. You then get 15% the whole time, because basically the way this works is you would have like 10 seconds of downtime. A lot. But basically what I'm getting at is that I don't think you can run keen blunt weapon right now on a scrapper effectively, unless you like run like a crit ring alongside some other stuff. But I mean, it'd be nice, maybe in the future we'll get like an open API, so then we can get stuff like lowawa.com for what like Korea has, so we can check what like people are running. So it'll be pretty interesting how things pan out. Personally, I think I'm just gonna go for first, I'm just gonna go for what I consider a little comfy. So I think I'm gonna go for 3 shock training, 3 adrenaline, 3 cursed doll, and then in the future work my way to like the 3 Gudge and 3 ambush master, and then like 2 spirit absorption, because that's like the optional build. And then maybe, especially because like again, I don't plan on like maining my scrapper. My scrapper will be like my main alt, so I kind of want her to be a more comfy pick. I'll probably be a bit more try hard with and even though that's what the current state of scrapper. Again, we don't know what scrapper will be like. We don't know what what's the state of any of the older classes will be like post class balance patch. So I can only go based off of what information I have at the moment. But it's definitely some pre-planning. So, and it's also like cheaper. So that's why I'm trying to get like adrenaline cursed doll ability stones. To try to get 6/6 off of those. If I can get 6/6 off of those, then I'll be pretty comfortable, pretty set. And pretty well on my way to there, because I have the purple engraving for my I have a purple engraving for my class engraving, and then I have a blue engraving for adrenaline, right? So basically, what I plan on doing is I want to get a 6/6 stone with adrenaline cursed doll. Then I want to get then I'm going to try to get a then get accessories that have 2+3s for my shock training, so that way I can take off one of my purple shock training engravings. Then I'll replace that with the blue adrenaline engraving, and then hopefully get another 6 from accessories so basically my goal is to get 2 accessories that have shock training and adrenaline level 3, and then that'll leave me open for the last 3 accessories to get whatever I can, and then just as long as it has adrenaline level 3 on him, and then I can have my 3/3/3s of shock training, cursed doll, and adrenaline all together. I feel like if I can obtain that, I'll be pretty solid for Volton. But in order of priority is obviously level 3 shock training, followed by level 3 adrenaline, followed by level 3 cursed doll, in that order specifically. Cursed doll, if I'm mistaken, is honestly unlike Grudge, is while it's a lot better at level 3 than it is at like level 1 or 2. It's actually pretty usable at level 2. Unlike Grudge, you really don't want to run it unless you have level 3 on it. So you have a little bit more leeway there in that you can run it earlier than some other than like Grudge, for instance, or Keen Blunt. There is a bit of I do have a bit of an option, because maybe I could swap up and go for like Ambush Master instead, right? Because Ambush Master is also a pretty solid one, but the main reason I kind of don't want to go into Ambush Master is one, you have to get really experienced with raids to consistently get back attacks off, especially on something like shock training, and then you have to there's just some raids that just aren't very nice for that. Like, we can just look at Argos, and Argos moves around a lot. And my issue with Ambush Master is how with how much of the raids move. But you could have timed, like I've done Guardian raids where I have timed it where they're literally staggered on the ground. I push Death Rattle, and in the times it takes my Death Rattle, which has a purple Galewind rune on it, mind you, which is the highest you can get at the moment, they will get up, turn around, then I'll death rattle them in the face instead of in the back. Basically with that, that's an immense DPS loss if you're running Ambush Master. So that's the main reason I'm not planning on going for Ambush Master. I plan on going for Cursed Doll, because while Cursed Doll is you know, you get a bonus and a negative, it's not as conditional as say Ambush Master, where you only get the damage bonus from back attacks. So, not to mention, I honestly think if they rework Scrapper, they might rework her into a front attack class. Because there's only 2 front attack classes in this game, which is Destroyer and Gun Lancer. I think they might, if they do like a overhaul, they might overhaul Scrapper to be a front attack class. Because it kind of just makes sense, in my opinion. You know, Scrapper is supposed to be this big, bulky, you know, gauntlet wielding class. So I think it'll be fine if they make it a front attack class. I personally would be pretty hyped if it was a front attack class instead of a back attack class. I don't know, the idea of just like always being in the monster's face to deal damage is pretty cool to me. But we'll see how it goes. The main reason I say this is also because Scrapper has access to one of probably the coolest, one of the probably like, well, I feel that continuous push, it's a back attack type, but when you read what it does, it feels to me like they had wanted to make this a front attack maneuver, because continuous push, as long as you use the skill, while you're holding it down, you attack 10 times for up to 4 seconds, which I think you can extend it. I think there's one of these that makes it go longer. No, basically, well, regardless, you basically get incoming damage minus 5% for 1 second every time you punch, and it stacks up to 10 times. So you can stack this up to, like, you know, 50% damage reduction throughout the whole thing, and you're immune to paralysis. What does this really sound similar to? It sounds really similar to Destroyer. Destroyer's gravity cores give you 10% shield, 10% of your max HP shielding, based on how many gravity cores your purple ability uses, which is what makes it a really tanky, very tanky front attack class. Well, I mean, it's the main reason it can be a front attack class. Same thing with like Gun Lancer, right? Gun Lancer has its big bulky shield, so like, again, it makes it very need like 6 of these and like 6 of these. So I feel that what they could do in their rework is they could make it where Scrapper, when she's using a shock training ability, gains like damage reduction while she's, you know, casting the ability, so that way she can and then you can make her a front attack class, and then boom, you have martial artist Destroyer. I think it'd be a pretty interesting change. Personally, I'd be down for it. That's also on top of the fact that Scrapper's shock training, shock abilities, there's actually 3 shock abilities, I think, that are front attacks. I know Critical Blow is a front attack. I think Shredding Strike is also a front attack. And then Roundup Sweep is a front attack because it's a counter. I don't know, basically, I just feel that that could be a pretty interesting change. It's Shredding Strike. Yeah, see? So you have Shredding Strike, which is a frontal attack. I feel like it's supposed to be the opposite of Death Rattle, because they're both mid to high stagger, weak point level 2 abilities with paralysis immunity super armors. And they both consume all of your shock. That's how they both work. I have a feeling that Shredding Strike was supposed to, I honestly have a feeling that shock training, or shock in general, was originally supposed to be the more flexible, one of the most flexible in positionals, because it has 2 abilities that kind of like, it has like 4 abilities that kind of like mirror each other, right? Like I think Critical Blow was supposed to be Supernova's counterpart for if you wanted to go front attack, while Shredding Strike was Death Rattle's counterpart. Because Shredding Strike and Death Rattle work exactly the same. The only difference though is that Death Rattle's Shock Explosion is a tier 3 tripod, while Shredding Strikes is a tier 2 tripod. So the one for Death Rattle is immensely stronger than the one for Shredding Strike. I honestly have no idea why the hell they did that, personally. Especially when you consider that it gets a tenacity at under 3, while tenacity for Death Rattle is tripod 2. Like, it just doesn't make any sense to me, like how they laid out these tripods. If you flipped Overflowing Force with the Will enhancement and then made Overflowing Force the same strength as like Shock Explosion, I have a feeling you'd be able to make a front attack build very easily with Shock Training. And then Critical Blow, this just needs a complete like rework of an ability for what it does. But I don't think it's a bad issue that it's a charge. I think it'd be pretty interesting if they made like Shredding Strike, Critical Blow, and as charging abilities, right? And then you can have like a supercharged front attack ability for Shock Training. I think Chain Destruction Fist should be a holding skill, because then you would be able to do what is it, All Out Attack, I think is a taijutsu, because you could take like, you would have like Charging Blow, Battering Fist, Continuous Push, and then Chain Destruction Fist that you could put together and do maybe like an all-out attack, an all-out attack build there. Because if I'm taking all-out attack is the engraving that increases the damage of like casting and holding skills, right? Maybe. I don't know. No, I haven't. Yeah, holding and casting skill speed plus 5% and damage plus 4%, which goes all the way up to 20% for both the casting and the cast speed and the damage. Right now, I think the only people that can use these are Gunslinger and Sorceress. I think use all out attack, mostly because most other classes in the game don't have enough holding skills to use this. Like Taijutsu Scrapper has 2 that you can run, but more often than not, people replace Continuous Push with Earthquake Chain. So you end up only having 1. So I'm personally more of a fan of the style of engravings like All Out Attack, Ambush Master, and well, All Out Attack and Supercharge. In the fact that you know, you get it rewards for certain playstyles.
Good. You have arrived. Let's go find Ragnar.
So I feel like that's pretty interesting. I haven't been here before. What is this supposed to be for? No idea. But we'll just pick up the quest while we're here. Some silver. But yeah, so I think that'd be a pretty cool overhaul. Just making her like a front attack thing. I think again, engravings that are more based off of like playstyle of like abilities rather than like positionals of abilities are far more interesting. Well, maybe not far more interesting. I think that's like the better route to take personally. At least until they do better boss fights, because like even the developer themselves have been like, yeah, we kind of fucked up with like back attack, front attack classes on these on like probably the last couple well, on the Legion raids. The Legion raids specifically are not very they have a lot of boss fights in there that don't seem very like positional friendly. And even Smilegate as a developer has been like, yes, we understand that is how that works. Rest in peace.
Ragnar. I can't believe Ragnar is defeated like this.
But we'll see how it goes. We shall see how it goes.
What is that? Poison?
It looks like you get poison too. How's bells? Ring my sample. I want to give it a squint. But yeah, I definitely feel next week for both
Let me fine.
for both Korea and the West is going to be pretty exciting. A lot of stuff coming. We are probably again we're probably getting the new class, and then on top of that we're probably getting and then Korea's getting the class patch test servers. So, which as far as I understand is open to everybody. Now a caveat that I have heard about is that apparently in order, like, they're doing it by letting you copy your characters over, but in order to copy your character over, apparently some people are saying you have to be 1500 to do it. But I don't speak Korean, so I don't know. Part of me feels like that's a little crazy, but then I remember that Belshazzar is 1490, so maybe it's not too big of a jump to like push people up, but it will restrict like what people can test what classes, because
I'll find them.
The problem is I think only like Wales will have, like, I think you'd be hard pressed to find a free to play player even on the Korean servers who has like most of the classes at 1500, especially because most players will try to would rather just focus on a specific class that they like. Where is that? Oh, that's R13s. Rather than like spreading themselves out. I think that's how most people would go. Personally. I just realized, let's see, I think the only thing I've left is like Sasha. But Sasha I usually do instrument and okay, I have to go buy that Starlight song then. Because I think since Calvasis only has three, sorry, I'm kind of like running all over the place here because my brain's thinking like 1,000 miles an hour. Since Calvasis only has three like one song and two emotes, I think that's telling me that he goes fast. I also might just brute force Calvasis a bit because he's kind of standing in the way of me and Black Fang because I have enough charisma. So basically I postponed Black Fang because I wanted to get 270 charisma for a dialogue option when I get to trusted. I have 278, so I need to do that soon, so that way I can go back to working on the Astray. But the Astray will be a while. I don't know when I'm gonna get the Astray, to be honest. Like, which I think I'm just gonna start like upgrading my my S-Stock and probably just get the S-Stock to level 10. Because for like the Astray, right? I need 300,000 pirate coins, but to me, my priority for pirate coins right now is to gain materials to push my classes to tier 3 or deeper into tier 3. So yeah, we were going to Shoeshire. What am I gonna do, Brailleus? I need to start doing Moak, but at the same time, like, you have to be. I don't like doing Moak on stream specifically because you have to be there literally like 15 to 20 minutes early to get into channel 1 or channel 2. From my experience, if you're not in channel 1 or channel 2, most people don't care because they'll just sit in channel 3, 4, 5, 6, spamming area chat asking for taxis to channel 1 and 2 instead of like just setting up groups in channel 3 or 4 to like do it. So usually, well, actually, speaking of, I'll probably just do I'll probably just do that off stream then. No, no. I'll do Brailless. Because Brailless has a island soul that I'm trying to get. When I get his island soul, I'll go farm Moak. Because Moak has an Omnium Star, but that's kind of, you know, I'll be doing Moak for a while because if I'm mistaken, like Moak is 1402 for the item level, while if I'm mistaken South Vern, I think Saint Tono was saying was like 1450 or something like that. Like you're gonna be at Moak for a while. There are gonna be people who try to go and like do the South Vern one, but I don't think you'd be, depending on how the South Vern one's positioned, I don't think you'd be able to get it. So it's like I have plenty of time for the Moak one. So like even with South Vern, again, because South Vern is probably coming next week, or next reset. I definitely think that most people will probably still not be doing South Vern's thing. I think they'll probably still be doing Moak instead. Because at least until 1402. Oh, dang it. Multiple of us can't do it at the same time because it like despawns the thing. Such a weird way of doing that. But yeah, so we'll see how it goes. Even at 1415, you still might not be able to kill the South Vern one reliably. And even then, with the Omnium Star being on Moak, he'll definitely still, like, there'll still be people farming him because of the Wealth Rune and stuff. Like, for instance, I need one more Omnium Star and I get the Wealth Rune. So there's definitely going to be a lot of, the more people go forward, the more people will be like me, where we'll want Moak's Wealth Rune or Omnium Star just to get that Wealth Rune for other characters and stuff. So it's a chosen launcher, huh? Yeah. How much do you get off of this? 20 charisma. Okay, yeah. So it does double up since it's a pant and shirt and pants thing. You mean if I can like babysit you, Berserker? Gotta babysit the bard too. But you can keep your children the demons on it. But yeah, it's just planning things out. Almost have enough for the next rapport skin thing. I wonder what skin we're getting. Is it's well, skins, because they did say before that it was April we were supposed to get new skins. There was an S at the end of that word in the roadmap. So I wonder, again, the plural of that is part of me is hoping that includes like the revamped skin crafting system, because I'm hoping they revamp that system. So that way you know, so that way I can get, what is going on here? That's the sun. Okay, yeah, those are the sunset. I was curious about the weapon, but then I got caught off guard by the pants. So it's still I still think I still think it'll be pretty interesting. I have started playing more on this, more other stuff on the side though, because as I let like rested get accrued on my other characters, on my alts and stuff. Basically, what I do is I let rest accrue on basically everybody else that's not the scrapper for Guardian raids, which saves me quite a bit of time, especially for tier 2. And then basically that gives me plenty of time to like fit in other stuff. Like if I want to do PvP, I'll do PvP. If I want to do some quick abyss dungeons, I'll do those. More often than not, though, what that means is I get off Lost Ark and I go play Vampire Survivors because I've been really having a blast with that game recently. I'm just having a blast to just running around and like unlocking stuff in Vampire Survivor. So I definitely suggest that I definitely suggest having like an extra game you like to play, you know, just for a change of pace, because just for a change of pace on, like, you know, like Lost Ark's fantastic, right? But again, we're kind of in a stage of the game where you're just grinding and trying to get that that one you know, just we're really in like a maintenance mode almost while we're waiting for stuff to come out. So it can get a little monotonous, get a little boring, and it'll make you want to like quit. So you know, instead of doing that, you can, like, you know, just take a break, you know, just go play some other have some other games, like come do your daily stuff real quick and then just like log off and go play other games, stuff like that. That's how you keep things fresh. Freshish. Freshish. So but yeah, it's pretty interesting, you know. I'm curious how that Sophist just whipped out the skillet and she's like, I'm gonna whoop that ass with the skillet. Don't you come in here trying to steal my grits. It's actually pretty funny. I didn't know that it would actually like hit mobs, right? Didn't deal any damage, but it did hit stun them, which is funny. See? She's like, gonna teach you a lesson you gonna learn today. Actually, now that I think about it, you know. This skin's ridiculous. I love it though. I love these little things. I want to get the seagull one from the sea bounties. Because like I think the seagull one is fantastic. I saw someone with a Makoko disguise at one of the chaos gates. I was like, that's funny. Let's see. Oh, I'll get a masterpiece when I turn this thing in. Because I have one island soul right now from Shadow Moon. And I think Tukey. Oh no, I got Tukey Islands. That came from killing the king dude instead. I want to get this dance, but that's going to take a little bit. But the sea bounties, the seagull transformation, I really want that. But I haven't gotten a lot of sea bounties because a lot of them are tied to Adventure Tome, and then the other ones are like RNG drops. And I think you can buy. Oh, and then there's one from I think there's one or two from the vendors in your stronghold. So my goal is to get to the seagull and to get the masterpieces along the way, because there's like 2 masterpieces in here and then a purple wealth rune. So again, sea bounties are pretty worth doing, at least to get the purple wealth rune, and then you can also get extra Tears of Abyss to, and then there's another legendary focus rune in the sea bounties in case you play a class or plan to play a class that requires more than one legendary focus rune in the future. So far with the current state, I think Destroyer is the only class I plan on like playing right now that has that uses focus on their ignore pain. I got 30 seconds. So it'll be interesting. It'll be pretty interesting. Also, I was kind of lucky last week, but also pretty unlucky because 3 weight cards spawned when I wasn't like able to get them. Like 1 spawned when I went down to cook dinner, so a little busy for that. 2 of them spawned while I was like really early in the morning for me, so it's just like there's no way I'm getting it. I think it was like 3 or 4 in the morning. Like I was already well asleep. All right, I forget that he has like the damage reduction so people can get their credit. That's pretty smart, but I keep forgetting about it. Ow. Yep. Yeah. Also, this guy is like, it's kind of funny because like I avoided doing Briolis for the longest time because people were like, man, Orion is just so much easier because you know you die and it's on this small island, so there's not a real big issue, and you spawn like right next to the thing, blah 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 blah. Also, I just realized my fire shield wore off. Stuff like that. And then I came in it, and so like I did Orion for the longest time, and then I got the Orion like I got the island soul from doing Orion, and then I was like, I'm gonna go do Briolis because since I have the island soul for the Orion one, I'm just gonna go get the island soul from Briolis, or like try to get the island soul from him. And I came over, and so I was kind of scared because I was like, man, how bad is this gonna be? Because I keep hearing that the other one is better because, you know, if you die, you're right next to the boss. Briolis is so fucking easy. He's so slow when he deals damage. Like, Salt Giant's harder than he is. And he doesn't like instantly one-shot you unless you get caught in, if you're like really low. Unless you get caught inside of his, when he does the charge forward, like so when he puts his hands down and he puts his charge forward, you know, he won't one-shot you. But even then, there's a quest that you can do that lets you gain it'll let you gain a shield for either ice or fire damage. So basically what you do is you get that shield and you kind of like stick to one side of it, to the side of him that deals that kind of like elemental damage, and then you'll be relatively safe. Also, I like how I say you'll be relatively safe. Like around the time I was saying, oh, he's not that bad, he doesn't really like kill people, and then like the sorceress on my team is like dies, and I'm just like, you're not helping my argument there, buddy. Like, I'd appreciate you if you would work with me when I'm claiming that he's not that bad, rather than against me when I claim that he's not that bad. Also, the real MVPs are like the gun lancers who use their taunt to control like where the boss is, so he doesn't reset. Those are some of the true MVPs. No soul this time, but it's okay. I wonder if did we got any anything good in here? Barricade? I might try for that if nobody wants it. Explosive, and then efficiency. Cool. I don't mind spending the 2 extra gold on that. I'll give everybody else a little bit of gold. It's a win-win. Explosive expert, MP efficiency. Neither of those 2 I care for. They really they need to make these large. I think the main reason that those are the minimum bid for stuff is like 50 gold is predominantly because in like the bigger group events like Chaos Gates and like the world boss stuff, you usually get around 30 to 40 people. So if they made it cheaper than 50 gold, there's no way to split 1 gold, right? Like if someone could bid 1 gold on that, they just like you would have no way to split that, right? You couldn't split 1 gold amongst like 30 people. You know, what would you do? Would you give all 30 people 1 gold even though the person only spent 1 gold? Like, that doesn't make any sense. Like, ooh, we got 2 gold. Like, you know, that's just, like, it's unfortunate, but that is just how it works out sometimes. I get the max MP increase, that's kind of whatever. The barricade one, I bought it up just to kind of build up because I'm not going too ham with getting stuff ready for the destroyer, but just in case, you know, I am prepping for the destroyer, and the destroyer uses barricade. I do know that, again, the destroyer is kind of like due for like an overhaul, but I don't know if the shield part of his kit is gonna get changed. I feel like that's kind of just core to the destroyer kit. If I had to guess, I think the blue purple gravity, like the gravity core system of like blue with purple and then the gravity cores and the shield, I think that might not change for the destroyer. I think what might change is like the identity gauge part, because that one's kind of like, trust me, I love the bonk as much as anybody else does, but realistically speaking, it's not very good. It's great for PvP, great for making players like regret facing a berserker and like PvP and like Rowan and stuff like that, but in reality for PvE, which is where this game is going to do most of its balancing, it's not very good. It's pretty bad. So I wouldn't be surprised if they changed the bonk. To be honest, the bonk is just like a worse version of the berserk mode. If you think about it, it's a lot shorter. Well, actually, I think the specialization for destroyer kind of works in that vein, like the specialization for berserker. So like specialization for berserker increases how much damage bloody rush deals, increases how long the duration of their berserk mode lasts for, and then increases how much fury you generate for if you're playing berserker's technique. If I'm not mistaken, for destroyer, specialization increases how much how much the damage bonus for the gravity cores are, and then increases how fast you fill up your bar, and then increases how much damage you deal while you're in like unleashed mode. But the problem is that it's kind of like a more scuffed version of the fury mode than berserker, from berserker, because like in berserker you auto attack and you have all your abilities and you get this extra bloody rush ability that deals a lot of damage in berserker's technique, while as a destroyer you go into like unleashed mode and then you bonk things with your auto attack, and then you don't really use your Z skill because it's pretty much worthless outside of PvP. But you get a big ass fucking shield. That's cool. I know a lot of people, a lot of destroyers will use they'll use if they have their identity gauge up, they'll use that to like gain the massive shield to just ignore like a mechanic that's coming out. Because there's like 2 different types of like one-shot mechanics, right? There's the one-shot mechanic that as long as it hits you, you die. Period. There's no if, ands, or buts about it. You get hit, you dead. That's how the those one-shot mechanics work. There's other one-shot mechanics that just one-shot you just due to the sheer amount of damage it deals. So as a destroyer, you have your identity gauge up. You hit your identity gauge, and you just, you know, if you can't make it out in time, and so then you just eat that hit, and you're hunky dory. You're like, yep. Nothing to see here, fellas. We're just doing what we do normally, and you know, just being a big chunky berserker or destroyer, and we're just having a good time. All right, I gotta go down. So I'm gonna get this. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna get this sea bounty. Then I'm gonna go down to Starlight Isle to get the song, and then we're gonna go back to Sasha, and so Sasha will be on a 2-song 1 emote rotation, because what we're gonna do is actually no, never mind, because I've only been doing 1 song and 1 emote for Sasha this whole time anyway, and I have 2. Actually, no, I only have. Never mind. Yeah, no, I need it because I'll do 2 songs. She doesn't get an emote, so Sasha will just be a 2-song, which is a little unfortunate because her one of her emotes, the shy emotes, I think that's worth like 400 of the stuff. Oh, west. West. I was going west. I always get, I don't know why, like in person I'm fine, but whenever I'm like doing it in games, I usually get east and west like mixed up pretty hard. I'll see west and I'll just keep going to east and I'll just be like, yeah, I'm going the right way. And then I'll see myself getting further and further away from it. And I'm just, no, I'm still going the right way. And then it's like Marsh, you're not going the right way. You're missing the camels, right? The camels are waiting for you to come see them. And you just keep going and doing what you do. And I'm just like, but I'm going the right way though. And then the camels are like, Marsh, come back. The camels are just like, baby, come back. You can blame it all on me. But yeah, I'm so glad we got 1370. Like I was saying earlier, we're waiting. I'm waiting to see if a buddy of mine can get to 1370 this week. So that way, like I might even try to fund him to get to 1370 by sending him the unbound mats I have, depending on like what he's needing. I just like I'd like to get to 1370 so we can all go do at least Aura hard this week to get our weapons, and then get Argos phase 1. I'd have to see. There's a couple guys we got on another server. I think most of them were pretty close to 1370. I don't know if they got to 1370 or not. I'll have to ask them later. So that way we can probably get like an Argos phase 1 party going. If anything, worst comes to worst, we might have to just kind of like do Argos on our own times because, especially for like phase 1 parties, because it'll take a while to like get some people together. Well, actually, no, I think like if we build it, it should be fine. I just have to remember when you matchmake, you need to, well, when you matchmake, when you make your own party, when you use the party finder, you gotta make sure to look for parties that are like phase 1 parties, because even though you probably could do like Argos phase 2 at 1370, I don't know, I guess it'll depend on how I feel on it. I personally just don't care for it. Alright, I need 3300. 3300. So I'll get 10 of these and 4 of these, and that should be all we need. And it's Ganea coins, correct? Ganea coins. The worst thing, like, remember, better to double check and not be wrong than to not check and be wrong. Because the worst thing you could do is you come here, you do this. Oh, there's a masterpiece here. I guess we're gonna do that again. Yay! Hold up, no. Masterpieces, I think. So I got the Judgment Conviction rune, right? I don't really need a way card right now. Yeah, no, I'll save those. I'd rather save those coins for something else. Alright, so we have enough to get a silver chest for 200,000 silver. That'll be pretty good. But I think I need to go to Pado to pick that up. Let me use this. Let me put my books away. Do I not have a barricade? Guess I don't have a purple barricade. This annoys me though. I have like an untradeable and a tradable barricade. Where are they? Yeah, I have like 2 tradable barricades and 1 untradeable barricade, and I can't like stack them, and that irks me. Because I also haven't done the open enough green books yet to learn barricade. Because I'm still waiting. You know, I'm not going too crazy on like opening things and like buying stuff because I don't want to do all that. And all of a sudden they're like, oh yeah, by the way, we took away the shields from Destroyer for shits and giggles on its rework, and you're just like, right? If we didn't know that the class balance patch was this soon, then I would definitely be going all hard on getting like barricade, getting master brawler, getting you know, that kind of stuff for ready for the Destroyer. But since we don't know, I'm waiting to see what they do with Destroyer. I think for me, my biggest thing is I'm hoping Destroyer stays as fun as it was, or like keeps the overall theme that it had going for it with like hammer, earth magic, and like gravity stuff, while like kind of just improving on it. Because like I liked the theme that Destroyer had going for it. I don't imagine that they'll make it like a non front attack class. I think it'll still stay a front attack class, pretty sure. What they really need to do is like, if they're gonna overhaul it, what they really need to do is they really need to give it like new animations on some of its moves. Perfect Swing's animation is just boring, right? Like, it's our highest damage dealing ability as a Destroyer, but it's such a boring fucking button to push to like watch you like, oh look, watch my Destroyer literally pull his hammer back, stand in that position for like 2 seconds, and then waddle forward and swing. It's like, oh my god, it looks so cool. No, it doesn't. It looks like shit. It looks like garbage, right? So like, I hope that our main damage abilities will be something like Seismic Hammer or like Earth Eater in terms of animation, because like Earth Eater, Seismic Hammer, there's another charge one where you basically like put a black hole on your character, and like it's got some really cool animations. It's just that the damage for those with the really cool animations isn't very high. So you're stuck using like Perfect Swing. Full Swing is not as bad. It's still kind of bad compared like with Perfect Swing, but you're also like spinning and then whap. So, you know, it's kind of like, it's not bad. I'll accept it. And you know, it's probably a little weird for me to say as someone who likes playing Hammer in Monster Hunter World, but the big difference is that in Monster Hunter World, I don't have something like Seismic Hammer, right? You don't have something like Earth Eater. You know, it's just you and the hammer. You know, you're not like pulling like whole rocks out of the ground and like swinging them around. So the fact that pretty much everything else that you do as a Destroyer uses some sort of like gravity or earth animation in its casting, but then like two of your big damage abilities like is just you swinging the hammer, to me is a little disappointing. So I'm kind of just hoping in the future, I'm kind of hoping with this rework they kind of like redo some of the animations, or maybe if they don't redo the animations, maybe make it where stuff like Earth Eater and like Seismic Hammer and like some of these other more thematic looking abilities are your like main damage abilities and not so much the other ones. Because you could kind of say the same thing about like Scrapper, right? To a certain degree, like Scrapper's animations more so taijutsu than shock training, because shock training you have, while they're not enormous, it's still pretty, it's not bad in my opinion. Like the animations are still pretty nice for shock training, because you have Chain Destruction Fist, you have the fancy uppercut, you have Supernova, and then Death Rattle's kind of like the most meh out of all of them for animation wise, but it's still like, you know, you still, when you see a Scrapper do it, you know what they're doing. Shock training is the one that's kind of like, I guess you could say it's probably more boring, because it's like battering fists is just, you know, I don't know. I feel like you could say animation wise it's more boring, but at the same time it's not, right? Because the point I'm getting at with Destroyer is that everything but its two main damage dealing abilities has some really cool effect attached to it. While Scrapper, if you're shock training, all of them deal with those like green abilities, right? You have the green orbs for Death Rattle and Supernova. When you punch forward with the you know, you have a big shock fist when you punch forward on with your roundup suite with the tripod. You have Chain Destruction Fist, you're punching the ground and pillars are coming out of the ground, stuff like that. You know, like it kind of all just fits together the theme. While for Destroyer, it's kind of like, you know, they're defining Destroyer as, ah yes, you're a giant hammer wielding warrior that uses mass as a weapon to the point where you can bend gravity and pull rocks out of the ground and throw them at people. And then your two of your biggest damage dealing abilities are just regular hammer swings. Like there's nothing crazy with them. Like even the identity, even bonk mode, right? Even your bonk kai is more impressive than Perfect Swing and Full Swing, because you at least get this massive like uh gravity field around you, and you're just like, rah! You know, it's very impactful. It's, you know, you're like, I am gravity right now. So to me, that's kind of more what I'm hoping for from the overhaul, alongside, you know, buffing Destroyer so that it feels more satisfying to play, because I feel like that's the biggest thing I've kind of heard most Destroyer mains complain is it's not very satisfying, right? You put in a lot of work to deal it's kind of the same thing that you probably hear from like Deadeye mains that play like enhanced weapon. It could be satisfying, or it's not very satisfying, is that you could put in so much work and you could play it perfectly, but both enhanced weapon Deadeye and Destroyer have this thing going where if the boss decides to move just a little bit, like, all your damage goes out the window. So, oh, actually no, 2 songs was the best way to go for her. That was like 700. Cool. But while for, you know, Destroyer, you're trying to do a perfect swing on a head attack, that boss like so much as like sneezes in a different direction, you miss, all your damage goes out the window. Same thing with like full swing. The full swing is not as bad. With enhanced weapon Deadeye, you have your shotguns. Your shotguns literally have to be super fucking close to deal any damage whatsoever, and then you know, if the boss like scoots forward a little bit, you're kind of just boned, right? Like, there's nothing you can do about it. All right, so we're in Stern. I need to go pick this up. So, you know, so those two are kind of in the same vein where you can put in a lot of work, and then just the slightest thing from the boss's movements could completely just nullify any of your damage. And then you know, and even the numbers that you get from it aren't all that crazy. So that's just so I feel like part of the big reworks is just that, is people just want their classes to feel satisfying to play. All right, so now we're gonna go to Port Crona in North Vern to get unlock the second merchant, and then from there we'll Bifrost over to Hypnos to do the last emote that we have for Calvasus, and then I'll hop over on the Deadeye so he can do his well, not the Deadeye, I'll hop over on the Striker so he can unlock the third merchant that he's been working on, and then we'll do like the Deadeye dailies and stuff like that. But yeah, so it's pretty cool. I do also, like, you know, I also try to temper my expectations with the rework, because, you know, we could sit here and contemplate and figure things out to the moon and back, but that'll also just kind of like line us up for some disappointment, because if you like imagine this amazing class from a rework or an overhaul, and then all of a sudden it's nothing like that, you know, you're just setting yourself up for disappointment. I would say like speculation like would be fine if we had some sort of hint into what's getting changed, but from what I understand in Korea, like they don't tell them shit until like they do the changes. So basically they won't, like, the Koreans won't know anything until the test servers go up and they can get in. But I think that at least if stuff like Mayhem is of any indication, I think they have a pretty decent handle on like reworks. Because again, in case you didn't know, Mayhem, I think just almost probably a little less than a year ago, was all it did was it gave Berserkers some life drain, like, on their skills, like life steal on their abilities. That's all Mayhem did. This is very, very small amounts of life steal from what I understand. And then they turned it into what it is now, which is, you know, If you play like Grand Blue Fantasy, it's basically Enmity Berserker, where you're just at constant low health, just dealing a bunch of damage.
We all know who you are.
So they took an engraving that's like pretty shit, and then they made it, arguably made it really good. So I feel like if that's any indicator, they probably have a pretty good grasp on like rework style of things. So.
We all know who you are. Welcome.
All right, lady, calm down. So I need to buy more crystalline ore. Got 8 days left.
I'll be counting on you, my friend.
Yeah, you count on me for a bit, Calabasas. I got a purchase to make. Alright, so we'll do the last emote here. Oh, that's actually kind of cute. So we have him to neutral level 2. Do I have any, like, I do. Here. Like that. Thank you. Black Fang. Blood cost favorite. Do we have any more multiples? We have 2 here. I'm kind of just giving him the multiples of what I have. I opened the purple report chest that were like random, what you could get. And so basically I just take the multiples. I'm just taking the multiples of those and just shoving it into him. I know there was like 1 or 2 more. There you go. You look like you could use a pinata, Calabasas. And there's 1 more. There we go. Light statues. I wish you could like individually select multiples, right? Like of the singular ones.
Perfect moment.
And then you could like figure that stuff out. Alright, so back out to the Procyon Star we go. But I'm not gonna go too crazy with it. I kinda wanna I need to, well, actually I need to just start opening all the random report ones, just see what I get, so that way I can start like strategizing, because I want to do the Nia rapport skip for her Omnium Star at some point.
I will meet doctors who can brew poison when I arrive at Anakin.
So I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna pull out any of the random. So that's a select and obtain, select and obtain, select and obtain, and then you have a chance to obtain right there. I'll use that. Okay, I can use this. I can open these. Then we're gonna open this, and we'll just get like we'll just accept whatever this gives us. So that way, because these are random, right? So I can't choose. So I'm just opening these now just to get it over with, and then I'll see which one I need for Nia to gift her, and then which one gives like the most, and then. See what I need to get the rest of them. I think I only have, yeah, I have 6 of these, which I can choose. So we'll do a little, we'll do this. We'll finish this stuff, and then I'll just like Song of Return back to Punica, and then I'll go to Nia real quick and be like, hey yo girl, what you need? To be honest, I didn't expect to get a report quest right there. I thought I was just gonna get the reward and then like dip out, but we got a report quest, so we got not enough to do. I think Monday is going to be another boss rush cube ticket kind of day for Monday, while keeping an eye out for any news. Again, generally they don't give out much of anything new on Fridays usually. I think the last time they did it was kind of something more for like bugs and stuff like that. But generally they like to give information like Monday through Wednesday for the most part. It's like usually we get our patch notes on Wednesday for what's coming on Thursday. We get our, and then like usually they use Monday, Tuesday as like a teasing kind of thing, or just like an overall stuff. So for the most part, I wouldn't really expect any news on Thursdays and Fridays. Basically Monday through Wednesday seems to be the days of the week they like dropping new information. I'll keep an eye out to see what they got. If like during stream they pop up with something, I'll go look, and then we'll talk about it on stream. Even though I'll have to like set up a new source because I don't have a game capture on this scene. I have a game capture on this scene, not a monitor capture. Just so that way I can like because supposedly that's supposed to make things run a little smoother, as if you have a game capture over screen capture. So I'm trying that out. I haven't really noticed much of a difference personally. It seems to be running the same way as like when I was running screen capture. So, but basically, I think I'll just probably set up like another scene for like for Windows capture, or for when I want to like look at like patch notes and stuff like that. Let's see, where are you? Oh, I think we gotta go all the way. Oh, it was just it hadn't loaded in yet. They have this weird thing where until the model actually loads in, it doesn't show like the stuff.
I can smell something sour from this land. This is the perfect
From the
big cannon.
it doesn't like load the quest marker, right? Unless the model's loaded in, even on like the main map. So sometimes you just gotta chillax a little bit. It does that a lot for the traveling merchants. If you have like a traveling merchant, and then if you're like trying to speed run it, if you don't wait long enough, and for it to actually load in the model for the merchant, you could just like avoid it by accident.
This poison is smoky.
But you know, it is what it is. It is what it is. Okay, he's a here. He's a here. Oh my god. They're quintuplets. Not bots, they're quintuplets, chat, alright? Not their fault that they're so in sync with each other that they move at the exact same time. They even breathe at the exact same time. But yeah, I think I might also just do some PvP on Monday.
Wait a minute. Was it that potent poison?
Because like I was saying, I had a blast. I think I'll definitely do competitive PvP over the weekend. Try to get more coins and ranks and stuff like that. Again, my goal is to eventually, hopefully, get to platinum in this season.
Who are you? What? Poison?
So it's just like again, like, you know, like you give me if you give me a decent like obtainable goal, right? Because like for instance in World of Warcraft, I liked doing PvP because like, so like in World of Warcraft you would have like PvP specific tents for armor, so I like doing that. I really wanted to
How dare you come back in here?
oh yeah, you broke my nose. Need to do you dirt. That was right for her to come by. Good old what? If I was like a different class, I probably would have chosen the pull weapon choice, but you know, I'm a scrapper. I'm a martial artist. You just whap him in the face.
Good. Karkon, huh?
That's just, to me, that's fantastic, right? Like, that's one of the nice things about like when you run like a martial artist and then like they give you the option. It's like, you draw your weapon or you punch him in the mouth. It's like, I'm a martial artist. I'm gonna punch him in the mouth. What kind of question is that? I mean, I guess for Glaiver, you like draw your weapon because he uses a full arm, but for me, it's
He uses poison. How admirable.
so you know, it's just is what it is. Man, that punch him in the face thing derailed my thoughts so much. Oh right, I was talking about competitive. So like for instance in World of Warcraft, I really liked. I did PvP, one because it was fun, but two also because like for different color armor, right? I really like the armor color for some of the PvP seasons in World of Warcraft. Uh, the issue was is that like it was really hard to get high enough to obtain a mount because you had to get Gladiator to obtain a mount, which Gladiator in World of Warcraft is basically like I would say probably like Diamond or like Master Grandmaster in Lost Ark because it was a top percentage of the players, right? It was the top percentage of the players that could be who PvP'd that could be gladiators. So, and then when you get a gladiator, you'd get a gladiator mount, which I mean was cool, right? Now, it was also a little irksome because a lot of times the gladiator mounts were pretty much unique. Like there was no other way to get them. And as someone who likes having nice mounts, it was a little frustrating. Um, I don't know how the PvP mounts work in Legion, in Lost Ark. I have no idea what the PvP mount. I don't think anybody knows what the PvP mount for this season is. Because you know you have the horse that you can buy, but that that doesn't require rank. That just requires you to get PvP levels, which you can get from just doing regular unranked PvP after hitting tier 1. So I'd be curious what the PvP mount for the season will look like. Heroes of the Storm, I think, had probably one of my favorite systems where they had different. They had like 2 different mounts you could get, and it was like a normal version and like an armored version. So like the lower ranks would get the normal version, and then the higher ranks would get like an armored version. And then I think you got different colors also as you went higher. And I thought that was really cool. But I never really did a lot. I don't usually do ranked in MOBAs because I'm not very good at MOBAs. I've played them a lot. I played a lot of League of Legends back in the day, back when it was like newer. And I played a lot of HOTS, Heroes of the Storm, back when it was newer. But like, I was never really good at them, so I just didn't do rank. Especially because people get really salty in the MOBAs and ranked. And like, Lost Ark, you don't get as much downtime. And like World of Warcraft, you don't get as much downtime when you're doing like your arenas and stuff. And you're ranked to like shit talk too much. But in MOBAs, you have a whole safety spot in base that you can just sit there and rage at your team while they're still trying to like put stuff together. And like, yeah, you could mute your team, but the problem then is that you run the issue of not having communications and warnings. 'Cause that's the problem. You can't have it's nice to have things like pings and like team chats, but then you have like one asshole who kind of like ruins everything because like he's like tilted, so he's spamming pings on things and stuff like that. So you mute his pings, and then you missed like the one time out of the like 3,000 pings he did that would actually have been helpful information because you muted him because he's being a pain in the ass. So so I generally try not to do I generally avoided ranked in like MOBAs, but HOTS was pretty cool. HOTS was probably the one that I probably would have tried for ranked a bit more if that system for the mounts had been introduced a little sooner. Because when I did ranked, it was I was usually just like the flex tank / support player for my group, and so, but at the time, like I had a group of friends who were doing a lot of ranked. They were
My friend. Good. Now we
they were
called Karkon.
they were pretty it was pretty pretty like by the time they brought out the mount stuff, like most of the people I played with, like that did rank, they just weren't playing ranked anymore. So at that time, like a lot of people had already moved on to like Overwatch and stuff like that, and even then Overwatch from my friend group didn't last too terribly long either. So it's just like, and that's another one where it's just like, you have like voice chat. I rarely ever used the voice chat for when I was doing like just solo queue in Overwatch ranked, because I don't feel like you really needed it too much at the lower ranks. So, but yeah, it's just like, so basically, long story short, I'm really excited for doing solo queue for ranked PvP and Lost Ark. I'm especially looking forward to being able to play like different classes because like your rank is like roster based, right? So like your whole roster has it, so every character you play on, which is both a good and a bad thing, right? Like I want to do more ranked on the Scrapper just to get used to it, but at the same time I kind of don't want to do too much ranked, because if I get, say, to like gold by the time Destroyer comes out, all of a sudden my Destroyer now I have to get used to playing Destroyer against gold ranked players, who most of them are probably playing like their classes that they played to get to gold. So, which means I'd have to go back to unrank and suffer through unranked quite a bit in order to get more comfortable and understand like Destroyer stuff a little better. But I do think, like, at the end of the day, the two classes I'll probably end up PvPing the most on will probably be Scrapper and Destroyer, and I'll probably do some like Lance Master in the mix. I can't really see myself PvPing on any other class. I tried Deadeye on a PvP island, and I'm like, as soon as I was like, holy shit, I gotta like swap through all these buttons for the stances, I was like, I'm done with this. Not even gonna worry about it. Okay, so I think she has a gift that is worth a lot more than like these other ones. No? They're all just they're all just 2000. I'm gonna see if I have 10. I can get 10 of these, the sky reflection oils. So I'm kind of curious if 10 is what you need. I don't remember if it's 10 or 15. Um, let's see. Because I mean, I'll take a legendary wealth from today if I can. I'm just trying to see if someone has like a write up for it. Because everybody's making a video, but I'm just like, I just need to write up. Neo skip, Neo skip, Neo skip. Oh, well, I'll have to start her stuff anyway, because I think you can't really do the skip uh before the first level of friendship. All right, so I'll delay this then. I thought that the skip for Neo was like from 0 all the way to like rusted, but um I'll deal with that later then. That's more work than I want to deal with at the moment. All right, so I think we've done everything on the Scrapper that I want to do today. We did her we've done her dailies. We did her weekly. We've picked up her weekly, so we can start on that. Reputation. Yeah. I did her 2 Chaos Dungeons, her 2 Night Fox Yohos, and then her event while doing all the report stuff. Now we're gonna get on the Striker, because the Striker is the only one who's done the quest that I can use that'll let me to unlock the 3rd merchant that I have, which is the Yorn merchant. And then my researches should be finishing soon, so that way I can start doing the merchant researches. So, alright. Run the Striker now. I also need to like choose new New dailies for him since I finished both Tuki and the Yorn one. I think he might just go full Lopang, personally. Basically him and the Deadeye are kind of like on Lopang duty because with how long it'll take me to get them to tier 3, they'll passively build up enough materials by themselves. Like, he has 326,000 honor life shards and 283 bound leap stones. Like, he's fine. Like, he's fine. I'm not gonna like run out of, like, his thing's not gonna be an issue. And those are like the two biggest stopgaps aside from like Kaldar fusion materials, which I have to craft anyway. So I'm like, you can't get if there was a daily that gave you like fusion materials, you'd best believe my ults would be doing those instead. But there isn't, so they're just gonna do Lopang dailies just so that they can give me some extra gold, some extra silver. I don't know why I keep calling silver gold. So this way I can just get some extra silver. I think one of my researches are done, so I'm just gonna I'm gonna go to the stronghold real quick. Pick up his lava chromanium because he's the one who I sent out a dispatch for lava chromanium. And then go and then start one of the merchants I just recently unlocked on the scrapper rolling, so that way I can get those merchants done. Also turn in these because I forgot that I got a batch of these while she was still here. Alright, so we finished this. Complete that research. Morlo. Actually, we'll start with Vern because she was cute. She was cuter. Alright. Oh, right, and I forgot I was going to pick up the dispatch. Lava chromanium. Thank you. Oh, they came back with a Striker Deathblow engraving book. Interesting. Oh. That actually might be... I think that's actually what I would have gotten if I had done... No, that's a little less because I don't think it takes the rested stuff. But I think that's pretty close to what I would usually get from doing lava chromanium. Period. So those are worth like 1 gold. The blue books are so oversaturated of a market right now that they're just like, there's no gold to be made there. That's just somewhere you go and you just buy the super cheap ones to like get to do your purple ones. I personally don't care for Deathblow Striker. I like the esoteric, just constant like bam 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 kind of thing going. But to each their own. Alright, what is this? Hairstyle, shield piercing, don't really care. What's that? What are these? Endurance. Crit Dom. Oh, alright, I need to cut this because that might be useful. That might be useful indeed. I still don't know why sometimes it like the overlay map will just open up like far off in a corner rather than like in my in the middle where it usually does. Alright, I'm hoping this cut's pretty fine. So we got enough preemptives. Alright. So that's kind of what I was looking for. We got a little bit more preemptive, but it's fine. I was hoping for the 5-5 because I think with what little bit of swiftness I get as a on my Esoteric Flurry, I can just run that as a that should technically give me more damage as a in my when I'm running around and doing my chaos dungeon stuff. Okay, especially because chaos dungeons from the second room onward give you the speed boost. A little bit of raid captain is just a little extra on the DPS, on the demos. Also, I was curious, did that I don't think that consumed. No, it didn't. Alright, so if you do the dispatch, it does not consume your rest bonus. Because I was at 80 out of 100 yesterday, and I did one, and then I got so fed up waiting for the second one that I dispatched it. So that way I wouldn't have the half bar, and that is but it didn't consume my rest bonus. So we'll do our Chaos Gate, we'll do our event, then I'll go to Yorn, or well, then I'll go to do the Lopang real quick, and then we'll go to Yorn after to get the merchant, and then we'll get on the Berserker and do the Berserker stuff. As oh wait, never mind, the first room also has speed boost. Yeah, no, so this is Raid Captain's just pretty good for Chaos Dungeons in general. It would seem, as long as you hit these like speed orbs, which 90% of the time that's what you'll be doing, is just hitting the speed orbs. You'll get a little bit damage bonus from Raid Captain that you normally wouldn't have. So yeah, so if you're looking for like a Chaos Dungeon stone, probably like Preemptive Strike Raid Captain's probably pretty good for most classes, I imagined. Even though I don't know how, I'm kind of curious because like, so for instance, in Korea, there's a relic set that people use specifically for Chaos Dungeon because it gives you a lot of like AoE abilities. Like it'll give you like a damage aura, and then it'll like drop meteors from the sky and all that kind of jazz. And like I'm kind of curious how feasible it is to have to use that, because I imagine you'd have to like hone that gear up, and I'm like, why would you hone like, is it worth honing that gear for Chaos Dungeons? Is what I'm curious about. Granted, I also know that for a while that was actually a really good set for people to use, because like we're gonna have a lot of sets straight out of the gate, but like in Korea they kind of rolled these sets out over time. Like for instance, even up till recently they're still adding like set bonuses. Well, they were adding set bonuses to the relic and ancient stuff, because they added the salvation set recently, which is one where it gives you a damage buff as long as you stay above, I think it's like 30% health, which is it's pretty cool to see them do, because they could easily just be like, well, we threw out the set bonuses, that's all you get until like the very next raid. But I think it's a really cool thing that instead of just leaving it as is, they're like, yeah, no, we gotta, you know, we add like new sets to, you know, if we see that you know, maybe people don't like the sets are going on, or maybe the sets right now are a little bland, because that is an issue that could happen. You know, you could do a set and then you're just like, that's a little boring. So that is pretty cool to see. For the most part, I think most other companies, they just like, if that do set bonuses of that kind, they usually just put out a set bonus and then they just like leave it. I don't really do anything with it. In my opinion, that was one of the really bad things for like World of Warcraft, personally, is a lot of people like tier sets in World of Warcraft, and I think tier sets are pretty cool, right? In a perfect world, tier sets are a nice little addition, because like they do it with the you know, like they do for the set bonuses with relic stuff, right? I think set bonuses, especially in like the way Lost Ark does it, where like you can use different ones for different things and stuff like that, and some are better for some things than others. Like, I think those kinds of set bonuses are really interesting, but in World of Warcraft, their set bonuses tend to be mostly just like flat damage stuff. and then it tends to be on a per class basis, and sometimes some classes just kind of get boned with what they get because it'll buff an ability or something that you don't normally use, or it'll buff an ability that's not like a big damage ability, while other classes like they'll have their main damage ability be getting buffed by their tier set, and it's not really equal. So I do like Lost Ark style of a bit more general tier or set bonuses, where instead of being like for instance, there could have, like, if I had to give an example in World of Warcraft for Scrapper, you would have like say you were building shop trading. Well, for one of the raid tiers, they're like, the only set bonuses that Scrappers are getting is a Taijutsu one. Like, it buffs all of your Taijutsu skills, right? That's the kind of, like, unbalanced nonsense I'm talking about that they'll do sometimes. Meanwhile, you'll get someone who plays Igniter Sword, for instance, or, like, Surge Deathblade, all of a sudden, and then their tier bonus is Surge Deathblade. You know, it's a Deathblade focused like tier bonus would be the examples of what would happen in World of Warcraft quite often, to be honest. And then in some cases it was even worse than that, because it wasn't even like, oh, you know, it doesn't buff your skill. It's just that straight up whatever your tier bonus was, your tier set bonus was just completely inconsequential. Like, it didn't even matter whether you had it or not, because there were some classes like that, and that just feels bad in my opinion. Because you see everybody around you getting stronger with their tier sets, while you're just sitting there like, I'm just here for the item level, right? So I think the direction that Lost Ark chose for sets to be more general, more of a general purpose, like, you know, what can we make for multiple classes instead of like, let's make stuff for specific classes, is really nice. And I kind of wish more games were of that mindset, instead of well, we're gonna make set bonuses, and then the set bonuses are gonna be specific towards classes. Because again, I mean, I just use WoW because it's like the most popular, but WoW's not the only one. I've played some other free-to-play MMOs that were like that. And even then, I think some of those free to play MMOs that still, if they still exist now, I think I kind of visited a couple, like a couple years, like a while back, years ago, that I noticed they had changed, like, you know, they took out the set bonuses and stuff because it was just too hard to balance because of the way they were looking at it was like class specific set bonuses rather than like what are like general set bonuses we can do so that people can just build them on their characters, and then they can just choose what's the best one for their character. Like, you can do multiple different ones for like tanking, multiple different ones for like DPS, multiple different ones for like healers in a more traditional style, or in like Lost Ark's vein where there is no like holy trinity really. It's more like holy duo, which is DPS and support. You know, you kind of have some flexibility unless you're playing support, where supports really just run this one set for the most part, from what I understand, which is the one that, you know, when it's running, it gives like a bunch of attack speed and movement speed bonus to like the rest of your group. So I mean, it would be kind of interesting to see in the future if they could give like supports more options, because I can definitely tell that's probably like a bit boring in the long run, right? Say you're someone who likes playing supports and that's all you like playing, so you play like multiple different supports, and then it ends up that you don't really have any like flexibility between what you pick, because like, for example, I'll give an example. So for instance, let's say you play a sorceress, a Deathblade, and then like I don't know what else. Let's just say sorceress and like a Deathblade right now, right? We'll go Sorceress, Deathblade, and like Berserker's Technique, Berserker. We'll just go, you know, really out there. Let's say those are the three classes you like playing as a DPS class, and that we have the relic sets and stuff rolling. Those three classes can basically run three different armor sets, right? For the Sorceress, you could be running the Nightmare set, as it's called, which you basically use your awakening at the beginning. Oh, and then let's say Soul Fist, not Berserker technique. Let's say Soul Fist. But basically, the way it could work is you're running. You could run the Nightmare set on the Sorceress, which is basically you use your awakening before the fight, and it gives you a buff that makes your abilities deal more damage while consuming more mana when you're above a certain mana threshold. And then when you're underneath a certain mana threshold, it'll then convert the buff into a massive MP recovery buff, right? And so you're just seesawing back and forth. Then you can play Deathblade, and you can run the back positional death armor set, which is a little boring, but you know, it gives crit rate. It kind of like emphasizes your back attack and stuff like that. But it's still a different, right? It's still a different. It's still a different set that you're running. And then you could be running. Say you could be playing Soul Fist, and Soul Fist, you could be running the. There's an armor set that the way it works is it puts your awakening on a 2-minute cooldown and greatly reduces how much damage it deals, but at the same time, every time you use your awakening, it gives you like a pretty good attack speed, movement speed, but like basically gives you a bunch of buffs for like 2 minutes. So all you're doing really is like you're just using your awakening every 2 minutes, because it doesn't deal a lot of damage anymore, but now it gives you a pretty strong self buff that you just run with and stuff like that. So there you have 3 different DPS, and they're running 3 different sets that are all pretty good, and you're getting different little different play styles here and there as you go through. Then you take the support player who's playing a bard, a paladin, and an artist, and every single one of those supports is running the relic set that gives your team attack speed and movement speed when they stand in it for like 15 seconds. So they just keep jumping in and out of your aura. Because as far as I know, I don't think there's there is another set bonus in Korea for supports that's usable, right? Because you want to take something that's for the team. So I think it'd be pretty interesting if they could give supports something different to use. I don't know what they would do, because I feel like it's pretty hard to beat attack speed, movement speed, like team wide. So again, I'm not like a game designer. That stuff's really hard. Like the fact that they could design all these interesting classes, and on top of that design these interesting raid fights, and on top of that design all these interesting like relic or like set bonuses that we're gonna get. I kind of just tip my hat off to people in the game industry, because I personally wouldn't be able to do that, because like I just don't have like my brain just I can come up like with like maybe with like crazy batshit stories, and I could probably come up with like actual like ideas for like aesthetics for things, but actually designing like the mechanical part of things, were like what mechanics are in a boss fight, what like set bonuses do we do, like what kind of like moves, like what moves do what damage, AoE, what kind of buffs take it, like that kind of stuff. Like people that can come up with that stuff are really talented, and I am always very impressed with what they do. I mean, sometimes it's not always a hit, right? Sometimes you miss, because that just happens. But more often than not, at least they tried, because most people won't even try to come up with something. They'll just like do whatever. I got really lucky. Those are 2 crit accessories. Well, the ring's kind of off limits, but I might be able to like jank around some stuff with that. Getting those 2 adrenaline. Getting those 2 adrenaline. That's plus 4 adrenaline. It's worth more than the adrenaline. Well, actually, no, is it? Because I forgot. I just gave myself blue adrenaline. No, it's not. So currently, oh, I think that'll give me plus 3 adrenaline though. Yeah. Oh, but. See, this is what sucks. This is what sucks. This is what they changed in Korea. In Korea, like these are the same earring. They're both really, really good. If I could equip both of these, I would have my level 1 esoteric, which is what you run for the most part. I was thinking they've discovered that's like the better thing to do. And then I would have level 3 adrenaline. But because they're the same earring, I can't wear them together. And so now I have to basically it just means I need to run I mean, he's due for Sea of Indolence again anyway, so it doesn't really matter. But basically he's going to be running that. I have 7 boss rush tickets on this guy. Holy shit. I have a lot of boss rush to do. This guy's probably going to be just doing tier 2 boss rush tickets today. But yeah, so basically now I have to do my Sea of Indolence and hope that I get at least a oh wait, the rings aren't off limits. I'm on the wrong character for that to be off limits. Never mind, hope is restored. Yeah, we'll do that one. Hope is restored. Okay, so we have level 3 adrenaline and level 1 esoteric, which is really, really fucking good. Crisis has been averted. False alarm. Alright, so for some reason I thought I was on my Deadeye, because my Deadeye, his rings are off limits because that's how his rings are how I run my enhanced weapon at the moment. Like I have like, I think they're like 3 points here and then a +2 earring, so he can run enhanced weapon, so I can run double adrenaline on him here, which he might not have to do because he also has but basically it gives him so basically I thought I was on the wrong, long story short, I thought I was on the wrong my brain was on the wrong holy shit though. Attack power? Where's that coming from? From his adrenaline stone? And from the earring. From the esoteric one too. Shit. And I have to see if I can get another +7 ability stone, because that's rough. The movement speed reduction one also sucks. And we're getting that from all the accessories, I think. So that's 1, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. Good thing I'm not running Raid Captain, because that would really suck if I was running Raid Captain and you had like move speed reduction. Like that'd make me cry. But I only use Raid Captain for with the preemptive strike stone, and that's only specifically for words are escaping me right now. That's only for God, why can't I like say it? Chaos Dungeon. Jesus Christ. I need like I don't know, my brain just literally like shat the bed there. That's only for Chaos Dungeon, because Chaos Dungeon has the like speed up orbs, so that should like overcome that regardless. So alright, so he should have, did I grab his, okay I did. Whoo! Swipe the forehead. Alright, so yeah, we got that. I'm gonna save the boss rush tickets for Monday. I think Mondays is gonna be one big boss rush ticket day for my tier 2 characters. Just a change of pace. If I burst through them pretty quickly, which for the most part I probably should, I might do some PvP. But so I think what I'm gonna do is I'm probably gonna do dailies on Monday for the Berserker and the Scrapper, and then what I'll probably do after that is then just do my boss rush tickets on my tier 1 and my tier 2 characters, and then do any like tier 1 cube tickets they might have, so that way we can get some of the guild stuff going, and they can get their blood shards. This is also what I'm talking about that's going to kind of suck for that first week for Glaiver, is as far as I know, there's no way to get around that 3-day debuff of being a new guild member. So you can't do the weeklies, you can't aid, you can't get your daily logins, I don't think you can aid on researches either. I think that's another one that also sucks. But oh, I forgot we had to go do the event. We'll do it in Yorn. It's fine. But yeah, so Glaiver probably, you know, again, it's not a whole lot of mats, but those shard pouches, I think you can get like 3 shard pouches for the blood shard vendor. Like those are huge. Those will probably be huge because that's probably going to be the part that you're hurting for the most from the stuff. So we'll see how they handle that. I still think that if all right, yeah, sweet. That means Oreja, hard mode, and Argos are on the table for like the weekend, probably because my buddy just hit 1370. Seems he got pretty lucky because he told me I think he had just gotten a 1365 on like Wednesday, like all at once. So, but I was also like, bro, the vendors reset. You could probably make it a 1370. So that'd be cool. That hopefully by Monday, you'll be at least seeing me with some legendary gear on, and then I could probably finally see what the hell the scrapper legendary shit looks like, because there are scrappers with legendary gear. They just aren't wearing. They're just wearing a skin over it. So it's just like, so I haven't been able to see what the actual like armor and weapon models look like, but. Yeah, so we have a plan. We have a setup plan. All right, so we finished Beatrice and Yule yesterday. I just brute forced them with rapport gifts. We pumped up Calvasis some with rapport gifts today, and basically our new rapport rotation, which I've already completed, is King Thyrane, until trusted, Sasha, Calvasis. Nineveh is kind of like who we're going for, and that's using up all of our stuff because we use 1 song and 2 emotes on Calvasis and using 2 songs on Sasha, and then we do 1 song and I think we do 1 song on I think we do 1 song with whatchamacallit, 1 song with Nineveh. I don't remember what we use on Nineveh, to be honest. But yeah, so basically we're pretty good to go. I'm hoping we can get Calvasis done pretty quickly, so that way I can go back to working on Black Fang. So, and then we can get Black Fang done, and then after that it'll just be grinding pirate coins for trying to get just grinding pirate coins to try to get the last piece for the Astray. I think I might have enough like sun coins to, like, if I go for broke to get it, but I don't feel like going for broke. So it's pretty so I have that rotation's pretty set now. So but the Astray is still a ways off for me just because I have other priorities over the Astray at the moment. The S-Stock for me currently goes fast enough. I'll probably also be diverting resources to buying stuff for the S-Stock. Well, to be honest, I already have like the preliminary stuff for the S-Stock. Like I have I have cows and I have Uprick. Poo-poo? Kubrick. I don't know how the hell to pronounce that stupid clown's name. So, but I think I might upgrade my S-Stock to level 10 or level 7, whatever. And then probably use that for a while and just be perfectly content with my life. In the future, I'll try to get the Astray down the line. I'll use that as like a long-term goal because my pirate coins are basically reserved for just bulking up tier 2 mats so I can get any future classes up to 1325 as quickly as possible. So that way they can like start farming their purple gear and all that kind of stuff, because that's the real big thing, right? Is 5 minutes. All right, they're all 5 minutes. The real big thing is, oh, let me unlock the merchants first, and then we'll do their upgrades. The real big thing about getting a character into tier 3 is if it's your main, it's to get them to 1370, but if it's like an alt, it's to get them to 1325, so they can at least do the Oreja normal. Maybe 1335, so that way they can do both of the Oreja normals without having to worry about getting blocked too much for damage. Or if you have a group of friends that maybe they have like 1340s and you're like the only 1325 and you can all just go together, that would also work. I'm the master crafter of but that's kind of going to be a on you thing. Or you can set up your own groups, right? So be like, hey, we're doing Oreja 1 and 2, and then your goal is to just so I really don't like using Sleeping Kick. I don't know what it is. I just don't like it. I know it's a good ability and I know like people like using it, but I don't like it. I think I'm just gonna go back to Violent Tiger, because the point is Violent Tiger, like, I don't mind if I waste it. Use damage to 20%. No, we're gonna try Focus Hit because I haven't tried that. And then we're gonna do this because basically what I use Violent Tiger for is kind of just to keep a bleed on the target, and then just to keep my stacks for adrenaline going. It's kind of like my adrenaline skill, right? So it'll just be like 16 seconds. I know I have to hit things to get the that last tripod to work, but if anything, like 16 seconds is also fine, because between that and like Storm Dragon Awakening, I should be able to keep it rolling pretty nicely. It'd also probably be easier to roll if I had cooldown gems, but I don't have cooldown gems, so I don't care. Again, all my tier 2 gems right now I'm just storing them up on the Deadeye, so that way when the Glaiver comes out, she can combine them all into like level 4, level 5, well, level 5 gems, and then and that way she can my Glaiver will have some things for it, and then I'll probably repeat the process for the Destroyer closer to when he comes out. So we'll just have to see how it goes, right? That's kind of just the plan. It kind of also just depends on like how lucky I get with like the boss rush tickets, right? I've gotten pretty lucky so far for tier 2 because this character has a lot of boss rush tickets. So that'll be pretty good. To get it over with. Oh shit. Yep. Saw that coming. But yeah, so that's kind of just how, that's kind of the way I'm looking at it right now, is we just take it as we go. If anything, I could just take the stuff off of the Glaivier, and then just like do quick refacets for the destroyers. But I probably won't. I'll probably just like try to get the destroyer stuff up. Oh, because why did you? He left because the Lagoros like went to the other area, and now the Lagoros came back. Like, what? Like, why? Just waiting for this. I don't, like, yeah, that's so weird. Like, the Lagoros was like, you know what, I'm out of here. And then because the Lagoros left, the Chromanium's like, I am also out of here. And then now we're kind of just like a little bit screwed, because with the Chromanium gone, we don't have anybody here to get the buffs from. Where'd he go? I wonder if War Dancer has like any more weak point than like Striker does. Because like one thing I don't like about Striker is how little weak point he has and how weak his weak point is. Also, I can't see shit right now. Oh, bless the Bard. Where is this stupid turtle? Yeah, we just gotta go look for the turtle. This will take forever if we don't go look for the turtle. Well, he moved, but problem is without the turtle we won't get the buffs. I don't know. Yeah, it seems he's a little bugged at the moment. Because now he's leaving. Oh. Fucking Lagoros. Dude. He's such a troll. Oh no. God. Honestly, the more I play this event, the more I think like Dark Lagoros was such a mistake for a boss for this event. Because he's like literally one of the worst monsters to get when you have multiple monsters going, because he's like he's the perfect if you want to make the event harder, but this event's supposed to be like casual. Like I can't see anything. Like the turtle's here. I don't know where the turtle is, but he's here. Where is he? Like, I can't see shit right now because I'm just like blinded. Like, it sounded like the turtle was here. Whatever, we're just gonna do this. Like, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, he was kind of bugged there for a second. I'm just gonna throw it since we got slowed down so badly because He kind of got bugged out, I think. Which is an issue that happens. This is actually not the first time I've seen him bug out from stuff like this. I have seen him bug out actually quite often. Not necessarily the turtle himself, but like this event. Where if a monster, like for instance, when Veritas is like the first monster you run into, there's actually, oh my god, see, like this why, like why did they leave that code in? Just take that code out. Or if you're gonna make him run, just freaking put him in an arena, like make an arena for them and then just put him in there. Like, so frustrating, dude. Like, it's so, like, stuff like that is what makes this event go from being kind of fun to kind of just being a pain in the ass. Because it's like why? Like, just for what reasoning do you, like, I find it hard to believe that you can't, that you wouldn't, like, have a, like, you know, I guess it kind of just comes down to how they coded it, right? Like, maybe the fucking Guardian raids are coded in a way where you can't, like, they can't pull out the string of code where they run away. I don't know. Like, to me, it just doesn't make any sense, to be honest. I feel like what they should have done is they should have just coded it to where like these guys, the big guys, don't move. Just go fight them, do whatever. As to be honest, when you have to chase them down, it's not all that fun. Especially when you get monsters like Lagoros, or Shadow Lagoros, and Veritas. Dark Lagoros and Veritas are the two monsters that I fought the most that they run away a lot on this event. Like Veritas, like I've had him run away like 4 times. I've had Veritas run away in, like, he's like, he's ran away. We've caught up to him. We then we fought him for like 2 seconds, and then, like, I shit you not even like 30 seconds later, he ran away again. And then he did that like twice in a row. And it was like, what the actual fuck? Like, who thought this was a good idea? Because to be honest, it just doesn't, like, it takes you know, it takes the fun out of the event when you have to chase him so much, right? So especially when you just got there, you know, you probably have all your cooldowns and you're trying to blow all your cooldowns, and all of a sudden he immediately starts running away because and then so he goes invulnerable, so like half your cooldowns just like went to waste. So, you know, I don't know, it seems like a little bit of an issue in my opinion. Alright, so Erno is dead. Now we gotta go chase down that stupid Lagoros, and then we can chase down the turtle, because I wonder if he'll try to debate us, because last time when I did it earlier on the scrapper, in case you don't remember, when you kill the other two, it tells you where the turtle is, and then he was down here, and so we were already like in motion to get to him. And then he like instantly had like left. I can't see shit again already. This is why also I say, like, I feel like the Dark Lagoros was a mistake, because he kind of takes the fun out of the event when there's multiple monsters on the screen, because you're trying to fight the other monsters, but then he's here just spamming his like his shadow stuff, and he likes to do it a lot, you know, right? So like when it's 1v1, he's not so bad because you can focus the whole time on him. But when it's like, you know, you're trying to like break oh, nice. When you're trying to break like the shell and stuff, you're kind of like Can we not do this? Right? Like, can you not like just hit me with all of your nonsensical like blind stuff? I'm not even trying to play this correctly. I'm at that point I'm so done with it that I'm just like hitting all of my buttons. I'm like, just die, just die, just die. Just die. But yeah, like Legoros, I feel Legoros was a mistake. I don't know why you would take Legoros. Icy Legoros I think is fine because if you get frozen, it's kind of whatever. It's not that bad. But Dark Legoros, that debuff lasts like 14 seconds, bruh. Those 14 seconds. And it gets refreshed every time he hits you with the shadow stuff. And then when it gets real bad, all you can see is your character. Like, oh my god. It's not so bad when it's 1v1, right? Because you can just stay behind him, you can do whatever. But when you're trying to like get in a fist fight with a turtle while he's sitting back there, bleh, bleh. You know, that's all he's doing. He's just bleh, just in the back, just bleh. You're just like, Dark Legoros, I would like to humbly ask you to fuck off, you know, when he's doing that kind of stuff. But it is what it is. To be honest, I probably should have just taken Panacea. I had Panacea on my bar for on my battle items for the scrapper, so I was like, Panacea, because fuck this noise. Nice. All right, so we'll research this one, and then I was about to be like, oh, and we're done with the striker. No, like I haven't. You know what? There's only like 30 minutes left, so I'm just gonna go do the Dead Eyes Chaos Dungeons because, to be honest, it's not all that interesting to watch me do Lopang. So I'll just do that Chaos Dungeon. So I'll do actually I might even do Lava Chromanium. I think he's due for it because for the Deadeye I try to keep him at like 2, right? Yeah, so we got like 30 minutes. I think I'm gonna do 1 Lava Chromanium on him now. Depending on how fast that goes, I'll either do a Chaos Dungeon after, or we'll do this. No, I won't do the second one. Basically, I like to go into a guard Lava Chromanium specifically with enough time, like with enough time that I have enough time to make it to the Adventure Island if I in case it goes south, because more often than not, Lava Chromanium recently has been going pretty fucking bad. So
Behold, the beard of Legoros.
we got this. We got level 2 here. Yeah, this is what I was talking about earlier, that his rings are off limits. Because I have +3 enhanced weapon here, and then I have +2 enhanced weapon on the earring, right? Speaking of, I'm just gonna lock all of these. But since there was reset today, or yesterday, this means that sometime over the weekend I'm going to possibly do Sea of Indolence. Well, not possibly. I'll do Sea of Indolence on him to get his stuff. I'm just making sure everything's stocked up because it's just, you know, it's just a pain. Oh no, I forgot, you can't take, so annoying. You can't take the fact that you can't take pheromone bombs with destruction bombs is still like something I'm just like, why? To me, those fulfill like 2 different things in the like in the grand scheme of things. So great. All right, so today is indeed a flop day. All right, good to know. Generally, Chromanium sets the tone pretty quick into a fight on whether or not he's gonna flop like a bitch all the time or not. And it would seem that today is a floppy bitch day. Because to be honest, oh no, please don't point him at me. Please don't point him at me. No! Shit, I went to the wrong one. See, that's a problem I have with Chromanium is, well, with Deadeye is I'll panic and then I'll hit the wrong button from what I want to do. Please, can we break this stupid shell? I really think that stuff like that, unavoidable, like, stuff that has, like, no, indicator. I'm so fucking dead, dude. Like, what is... Alright, I am just... Alright, I don't think it's even Chromanium. I think I'm just fucking dog shit today. To be honest. Also, like, it extra hurts because my Deadeye is using a tier 1 ability stone instead of a tier 2, so I'm missing health, so any mistake usually costs me like half of my HP. Oh, that's not the button I want to push. Today I've had this weird thing where I keep like pushing buttons I don't mean to push. Cause like there I was trying to do my chain bullet, but I accidentally did my counter, which I wasn't actually trying to do. Yeah, that's fine. You gonna like rear up? When people like, when Chromanium comes for you, like, to be honest, like, just post up on him. He's probably gonna, like, do some sort of counter. Of course he does it when I'm not ready. A little too far away for that. I was trying to like get her up. Get you to shut up for 2 seconds. I mean, this bard's been doing the Lord's work. It's just that I had a really bad... Oh my god. This is... I detest that of Lava Chromanium. The fact that he can still leave after you've broken his shell is such bullshit. Like, there's no way you can convince me that Lava Chromanium leaving after his shell's broken is not bullshit, like, at all. You can't convince me that's not bullshit of the highest order. Because, like, he regains his shell, which means now he's going to be dropping, like, meteors on everybody again. That's the other problem, right? It's not like... The meteors wouldn't be so bad if it had, like, an indicator. right? Or you had some sort of like forewarning on like, hey, by the way, a meteor is coming down soon. Don't use like a charge ability. No, it comes down quick, and it comes down fast, and it knocks you down. Like, because like almost all of Chromanium's abilities, like if you get hit by it, knock you down. But and so it's just really frustrating because now you have to break it again, and it has the full value, and it's just like who who thought that was a good idea? Like that was fun. Like, first of all, I don't agree with like if you break a part that, you know, they can just basically just leaving gives them that part back, right? Like that's so stupid, especially in the case of like lava chromanium, where it takes quite a bit of effort to break his stuff. It's really annoying, personally. Like, I just feel like that's bad game design. Great. See? And right there. No, you know, you don't have any forewarning, so I couldn't pre-plan my, when I was gonna do destruction stuff. Because, you know, that was one of my main, like, damage things, and, destruction stuff. So yeah, I don't know, like, the more I fight Lava Chromanium, like, I like Chromanium. Like, I don't think he's a bad fight. Like, regular Chromanium, I think, is a beautifully done fight. It's very, good for teaching new players how to do things, in my opinion. It's very good for just, like, it's just the right amount of like, it punishes you and rewards you in the right amount of stuff. Also, I've come to realize that when you get knocked down and you're like away from your meteor, it's probably because you ran into someone else's meteor, because that makes sense. So if you have like your the effects turned off on your party members, you won't see their meteors, and then you could accidentally run into them. So that is something to keep in mind when you're doing your settings, because you might want to have those on. No, wait, no, dude, you never ever rotate the turtle in the direction of your team. Like, that's such DM. Like, I know you're probably like panicking and you're like, oh no, no, like, but it's very easy to tell where your team is and just not go in that direction, because it's like, it's very easy to kill your team with the turtle breath, because a lot of times when they're pointing away from the turtle, they're not expecting you to all of a sudden sprint your ass over and oh my god, I really need to stop. I just need to pretend sniper because it doesn't exist. For some reason, every time I'm in sniper, I keep thinking I'm in shotguns, and then I try to go to shotguns or I try to go back to pistol to get my movement stuff, and instead I'll just use an ability that I don't want to use. God, bruh. Yeah, this is what I was talking about though. Is the Lava Chromanium has too many things that are that can very instantaneously fuck you over, that you can't avoid, that regular Chromanium did not have. I don't know if the future fights are like this. If they are, in my opinion, that's really bad design. Because I feel like a lot of the earlier raids, the way they worked was they had they had a learning curve, right? Like, you know, they had stuff that you could learn it and then you could play it and then you'd be fine. But Chromanium has a lot of things that, unless you literally are someone whose brain works like a stopwatch, that you can time when the meteor is going to come down, you're not going to get that. Right? So like that's just not going to happen. I still feel like that the Dominator just doesn't do like any real damage. Also, this is what I was saying earlier. This is why I do Chromanium, because to be honest, like team-wise, the teamwork's been pretty good. You know, everybody's been breaking volcanoes. Everybody's been kind of like avoiding stuff. But Chromanium, like, yes, he's such a fat fucking turtle for health that like you just won't get. Like it can take forever if you don't get, if you have like a full team that's like on gear. So alright, Soulfist? I talked to Buddy Man. I know you Soulfist haven't counted. Granted, I also know that, like, shit, I need. His next, like, fire pulse is gonna kill me. Oh, the jukes, baby, the jukes. Oh no! See, unavoidable damage. Really? Really? You couldn't have fallen over and died like a hit earlier? No, you had to like kill me and then get. Ah, that's so rude. That's so rude. But yeah, like this is kind of what like. First of all, I think he has just way too much fucking health. You don't learn anything from this, right? When you have that much health on a monster, like your brain starts shutting off like mid-fight. Especially once you start fighting these guys a lot, you're just kind of like it sucks. Like it's not fun. And this is why, like, you know, when people are just like, don't nerf tier 1, tier 2 content. I'm like, look, when you're stuck fighting like 30 minutes on a fucking Guardian raid, of which you should technically are supposed to be doing like 2 a day, I don't want to spend an hour fighting 2 fucking turtles every single day. Like, that's not fun. I don't, like, that's not fun to anybody. Right? Like, daily content should not take too long. Weekly content, if it takes you like an hour or so to like clear Argos, like phase 1, phase 2, when you're like, you know, on gear score or whatever, fine. Because I mean, that is like, that's weekly content. You do that once, you're done. You call it good. Oh, so where are we going? Lagoon Island. Oh my god. I think Unica is like the fastest way to get there, yeah. I need to go to Naruni Island. Naruni! Yeah, because Lagoon Island's like right there. Yeah, so we're gonna get back on the we're gonna get on the Berserker and go do it on the Berserker. I'm gonna do Berserker daily stuff after the stream's done and and I eat dinner because I eat dinner after stream. So, but yeah, not too bad. We've been pretty whatchamacallit, pretty big. Oh shit. Um, we've been pretty productive, I feel. Also, little PSA. Apparently, there is a April. There's a tournament on April the 12th for G4 TV. They will be holding a tournament that comes with a Twitch drop that includes a unicorn selection chest and 1,000 amethyst shards. So you might want to write that down because that's been the first time they've given us a way to get amethyst shards out of that's not like Twitch Prime or achievements. So this probably means that also the unicorns just look fucking majestic as shit, dude. I'm gonna get the black one. That one looks so fucking cool. But this probably means that that's probably gonna be the standard of how we get amethyst shards. Like it's probably gonna be from Twitch drops, from Twitch drops, Prime, and then maybe probably from achievements for events and stuff like that. So, so basically, so yeah, April 12th. So that is what, Tuesday? Yeah, Tuesday. On Tuesday, April 12th, it'll be a Twitch drop for G4 TV for 1,000 amethyst shards and a unicorn mount selection chest. And to be honest, the unicorn mounts look pretty cool. So basically, after reading it, the tournament will be on the April the 12th. For the, from my understanding, on the 12th, the drops will be exclusive to the players and people who are streaming the event and everything, and then after that it'll then be open to the Lost Ark creator program, so then you can just watch anybody who was doing it, so you won't really miss out. You'll have you'll have till the 9th to get it. So, but I think that's pretty good. It's pretty nice. I do know a lot of people, myself included, have kind of been like, so when the fuck are you gonna give us more amethyst shards, kind of thing. I was definitely starting to be in the camp that if they were going to only allow you to get amethyst shards from Twitch Prime, then I wish they had just kept the mileage system. But if they do this, where you know, they do Twitch drops to give you amethyst shards, even though I think the for the launch day drops, I think one of them gave you amethyst shards, if I'm not mistaken. I think that'd be nice. I think having like a monthly thing would be pretty cool, or like every other month, you know, you just do a Twitch drop. And it doesn't have to be anything crazy, right? You can do like a pet, I mean, I would take another Helgaia pet, to be honest. Because I chose my Helgaia color based off of what I needed for dispatch missions. But personally, I would have liked to have the all black Helgaia instead. But I don't feel like wasting the blue crystals to buy a chest. So I'm kind of hoping that they kind of bring back the Helgaia pet chest as like a Twitch drop in the future, so I can get another one. Because it's not cheap either. It's 540 blue crystals. Like, excuse me? Like, fuck that noise. Same thing for the fox. Like, I hope they bring, like, I feel like the fox and the and Helgaia could be they'd make a really solid they can make really solid like Twitch drop rewards that they rotate, you know, because that way you could do, because this way if we always expect like a mount, that's not feasible, right? So I think what they could do is they could just do like, they could have like a handful of things from like the blue crystal stuff, like shit, like a year from now they could be like, yo, part of the 1 year anniversary is we're giving out a Lar skin chest. Are people gonna care? No, not really, but they're free skins. Maybe someone out there who wanted one hasn't bought it yet or anything, so like I'd take it. I wouldn't complain personally, because I feel like most people wouldn't complain. I'm curious how cheap some of the stuff. Oh, this is actually starting to come up in price. It was like 800 gold the other day. This needs to get even lower so I can buy it for my Deadeye so he stops looking like booty. I don't really care for that. The Alar skin chest came down a lot in price though. I think that was like 5k a while back. The Lawmaker skin, that was like 7 or 8k when I first like saved it, put the point up. I still have. Yeah. Yeah, I think we're running out of like the individual pieces to sell, and now people are like, what's left is just what's left for the stuff. But we'll see. I am kind of curious. Well, I feel like a lot of us are just like, we just want to know what. We just want to know what are we, like, what's coming on the 14th? Like, we know that, again, we know Chaos Dungeons aren't coming with South Vern, but we don't know if we're getting South Vern on the 14th. I'd imagine I don't see much reason for us not to have South Vern on the 14th. Like, they could just do this big ass patch of just like, here, South Vern, 14th. There you go. South Vern, Glaiver, and then new skins on the 14th. Then they could then they, you know, just have a big ass patch on that Thursday. Stuff like that. Then they can use the rest of the month, maybe. So, like for instance, the Naruni event. I'm assuming they'll tell us whether they extended the actual event by a week, or if they. I think that's the. It's just. Okay, yeah, it is. It just looked weird from the running animation. I'm assuming they'll probably tell us ahead of time if the Grand Prix has been extended for a week, or if it's just the book's expiration dates are being extended. If the Grand Prix event is extended for a week, that's gonna be fucking amazing. Because that's a lot of extra stuff. That's another week of like engraving books and pirate coins and stuff like that. Good stuff, right? Stuff to be excited about. That'd be pretty cool. I think oh, so those are the fools that make all that noise. I was wondering, because sometimes when you're like waiting for something to spawn, I hear that a lot. I think it's them and like Deathblades. They spam their auto attacks because they usually, well, no, I think it's just them because they run a lot of swiftness on their shit. And like, how much swiftness do you have? I didn't want to whisper them. I wanted to see what this crackhead fucking swiftness is at. Okay, yeah, usually it is War Dancers and Deathblades. Holy shit, he has 21% attack speed, 21% move speed, and 27% cooldown reduction. That is insane. What's he running? Oh, he's going first intention. Brave man. That MP, my dude, that MP. There you go, 6'6". Probably he's running... Oh, he's running purples? I want to try War Dancer, to be honest. But my slots are full. Glaver's coming out presumably next week. So that's not gonna happen anytime soon. Gosh. Another first intention. There's a lot of first intention War Dancers. Oh, artillerists, where's he at? Oh. There's a little Bow Wow over here. Oh, I think that wasn't in the preview that they gave us for the boxes. For the doggos. Oh shit. Whoop. Give me fury, por favor. Dame fury, por favor. Alright, baby, we online. Yep. That's why I use that first. I don't want to lose my strike wave. Because even though like Bloody Rush deals a lot of damage for Berserker's technique, I still think that like strike wave, like a fully charged strike wave, like out damages it. Oh my god, I'm going so fast with the attack speed buff from Berserker's technique and the attack speed buff from the Death Blade that I like completely whiffed my Hellblade. Synergies, baby. Even though I saw someone on a stream that I was watching earlier, or not earlier, but the other day. Oh shit, that they were like, synergies should be raid wide, and it's like you would completely destroy any semblance of like normality in the pug scene if you did that. Like, it's already a pain in the ass to kind of like plan synergies around single classes or like a party, right, around 4 players, and now you want them, now you're asking to have to like plan synergies for 8 whole players. Like, never, no way. There's just no way. It'd be so hard to do that. Like, you wouldn't be able to take like a War Dancer and a Striker together because their stuff overlaps. You wouldn't be able to take it's not just them, because like basically you don't take synergies that overlap. So generally you wouldn't put a War Dancer and a Death Blade in the same party because their attack speed buffs overlap, and then and stuff like that, right? So having to do that for 4 people at a time is kind of hard. Doing that for like twice that number is even more insane. So but yeah, so that's pretty much everything for today though. So I hadn't noticed that one of the changes I had made, I kind of went over this in my YouTube videos. To be fair, like, quality of my stuff's not that great to begin with, but it should be a little better. I hadn't noticed that one of the changes I made really scuffed up the quality of the stream. Like, it was just really bad, and I hadn't noticed it. So I changed it now, so now it shouldn't look as like rough as it was before. I'm still kind of like playing around with the settings and stuff like that, trying to get it to be better, but not much. You know, just one thing at a time is all I can do, really. So, but basically, that's it for the stream. We were pretty productive today. We got a lot of stuff done. Set up a new reports rotation and stuff like that. If you're watching this on the VOD, either on Twitch or on YouTube, thanks for watching. You know, if you're watching, you know, I stream from Monday through Friday from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. Central Time. So, you know, if you like what you see in the VOD, maybe, you know, swing by and give me a holler while you're doing it. If anything, I'm still kind of like figuring out like kind of a rotation, because I kind of want to do like certain days for like I want to take like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, which is usually the like slower days, to kind of like do specific days, like maybe do like a PvP day. Like for instance, Wednesdays are kind of like my adventure tome days because they're like empty. So I kind of want to do something for Monday, Tuesday. So what I might do is maybe make Monday like my cube and boss rush ticket, but that's not very consistent because I can't control how many of those I get. But you know, I can set that up as that day, and then Tuesday maybe I'll do like a PvP day where I just do an hour or so of PvP, competitive PvP while I'm doing it. I don't know. I'll figure it out. But yeah, so thanks again for watching, and hopefully we get some pretty good news for content on Monday, Tuesday. I don't have the most patience, so I'd like it sooner rather than later. But yeah, if anything, thanks for watching, and I'll catch you guys in the next stream.